Good evening, everyone. This evening, we're going to start a little early. We've got an informational presentation with the Fairfax County Department of Transportation, and Mr. Tom Bashadny, the director, is going to speak, and he's already at the podium. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you having me this evening to talk about our service plan for the Fairfax Connector Phase 2 bus service plan related to the Silver Line. Happy holidays to everyone. We do have a presentation that has been posted, or it is on the screens here. I'm going to follow that presentation. I'll be happy to answer questions along the way or whatever is easiest for you. So tonight, just talk to you a little bit about introductions to the effort that we're working on right now, give you a little bit of a project overview, talk about the project schedule. Oh, I should go to the next slide. There we go. And talk to you a little bit about the evaluation of several alternatives that we're beginning the process to, and then ultimately how we are going to select the preferred alternative for the Reston and Herndon bus service plans. This next slide really talks about the planning process, and we're about halfway through the process right now. We started in fall of last year looking at, what are some of the issues with the current bus service, what are our goals for the new bus service or the reconfigured bus service in the Reston Herndon area to support the Silver Line. And then we did some initial public outreach last winter, got some feedback from the public. We've used that feedback to then create 3 different route configurations, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. We did a series of public meetings this fall to get some additional input. There is a survey that is online right now. We'll talk about that later. That will be active till the end of the month. Using all the information that we gather through that process, we'll be synthesizing it and coming up with a recommended service plan that will come back out to the community in the late winter, early spring, and then ultimately we'll provide a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, which we anticipate they would approve in the spring, and then we'll put all the pieces together so that the bus service plan can be ready to be reconfigured when the Silver Line is ready to open. So part of our research to develop this plan, we did an onboard survey. We went out and talked to the current riders and asked them, what were some of the most important things about the bus service. In particular, what would encourage you to use the bus more than you do now? And the three main areas that we saw from the survey were more frequent service, later, earlier service in the day, and more express bus service. And you can see that pretty much far and away those were the 3 largest. The next one was to have bus stops closer to their homes, and so that's another one that we're working on as well. We also did a similar survey for the community at large, including people who weren't bus riders, and actually got very similar answers from the at-large survey. So we want to focus on those 3 areas as we're developing the new plan. One of the other things that we did is we went and looked at origins and destinations, and this probably isn't terribly surprising, but Reston is the kind of the epicenter of the bus system, both for origins and for destinations here in the northern part of the county. Herndon obviously has quite a few riders as well, and then you see destinations in Tysons and Washington, D.C. So we were using that to kind of gather some data about who our current riders are and to understand better the trips that they're making. So in terms of summarizing what we heard a lot about connectivity, a lot about additional locations that people would like to access with bus service. We also heard about better aligning routes with travel patterns so that there would be fewer need for transfers, things like that. We heard loud and clear that people want faster trips on the bus, to build more direct routes, reduce unneeded travel patterns. We also heard about greater span of service. As I mentioned, they want later service or earlier service, and then increased frequency, so less wait time at the bus stop for that next bus. And so as we look at service alternatives, we developed 3 different alternatives. The first alternative was kind of taking the existing service and making incremental changes to that. So we do have a transit development plan that was put together a few years ago. It had what I would call incremental recommendations for the existing service. So that really is one option that we looked at. We also looked at an option that is more streamlined. So rather than going into a lot of neighborhoods, staying more out on main roads, and providing faster service as a result. And then we looked at what we're calling the transformation option or alternative. And that option really wiped the map off. We erased all the lines and said, if we were going to start over today, rather than bring about what we've been doing for the last 30 years or so, what would we do if we started today? And so I'll talk a little bit more about each of those as we go forward. As a parameter for this phase of the study, we also said we wanted to keep the cost element approximately the same as what the county is paying for the current bus service in the Reston-Herndon area now. We are going to see savings in bus service because the Silver Line is now going to do some of the things that we're doing with buses. For example, the service from the Herndon Monroe Park and Ride to the Wheelie Station, we're not going to need to run buses back and forth anymore because the Silver Line is going to do that. So we can take those miles and hours of service and we can apply them to other parts of the network. And as I mentioned, we're headed towards trying to develop a preferred alternative that we can bring back to the public in the late winter, early spring, and ultimately recommend that to the Board of Supervisors. That will then inform our update of our transit development plan for the county, for the entire county. So just to go through those 3 alternatives. So the first one, if you remember, is just minor changes to our transit development plan, essentially the service that we have now with some additional changes. So what this does, it's very similar to the system that people are used to using today. We have rerouted service that currently is serving the Wheelie Station to now serve the Reston Town Center Station, Herndon Station, Innovation Center Station. We have built upon recommendations that were already in the transit development plan. And then we have essentially left the RIB system, Reston Internal Bus System, the same as it is today. We have added new connections in the Herndon area, also connections down to Centerville and Chantilly and to Fair Lakes. So there's more service coming towards the south end than there is today. But largely, if people are used to using the current service, they would be very familiar with this configuration, of which we're calling Alternative 1. Alternative 2, as I mentioned, really tries to streamline the service and bring a lot of the buses out of the neighborhoods and provide more high-quality service on the arterials. So it simplifies the route structure, combines routes, and pulls them out of the neighborhoods. It also reorients them to the nearest metro station. There is more frequent service in the Eldon Street corridor, and there were some small changes to the RIB system, but not anything particularly dramatic. We did add new connections to Sterling Plaza, the Northern Virginia Community College campus in Sterling, those similar connections down in the Chantilly and Fair Lakes area, and there's also a proposed connection to George Mason University in the city of Fairfax. So this one goes a little bit further, both to the north and to the south than what the current service would provide. And then the transformational service, as I mentioned, essentially erases all the lines and starts putting things back without being too rigorous in terms of what the existing service is. So brand new service, all-day local service, frequent service to each of the metro stations, but we have essentially left the RIB service unchanged because we think that largely that is operating pretty well right now. And it does have some new connections to Sterling Plaza. There's a new connection to Tyson's Corner, Centerville, and then that connection down to George Mason University. So trying to reach not only the people internal to the Reston Herndon area, but also make those connections a little better to areas outside of Reston and Herndon. So we evaluated each of these routes on 3 criteria: key locations, travel time, and travel propensity. Key locations is based on how many schools, how many business areas, how many shopping centers these routes serve. Travel time relates to the total travel time for the trip. So if there's fewer connections, those travel times would be faster. And then travel propensity is serving the areas which are most transit dependent in the Reston Herndon area. So you can see that the existing service doesn't do very well in any of those categories, essentially 1 out of 4. The upgrade of the existing service does a little bit better on several of those categories. Alternative 2, which really relates to streamlining, is an improvement. And alternative 3, which is really the re-envisioning of the service, actually did the best in all of the categories. Now, that doesn't mean we're recommending alternative 3. At this point, we're looking for feedback, but alternative 3 seems to meet the most goals for each of these categories. And that's one of the things that we really are looking for input on. And so, as I mentioned, there is a survey that's out there. There's really 3 ways that you can provide feedback. The survey is one of those. It's online right now, and that will continue through the end of December. And you can reach that at www.fairfaxconnector.com, and you can get to it right on the homepage. We did have a series of community meetings, including at the Lake Ann Center on a Saturday back in November. We did get considerable amount of feedback from those outreach efforts. Or you can just, communicate with us directly by email or letter, whichever works best for you. So we will be working to develop a more detailed alternative, and we plan to bring that back later this year. In the late winter, early spring, for another round of public comment. So we're not there yet. We really want to hear what the public has to say about these alternatives, or things like, well, you really need to serve this location, or it's not necessary to serve that location. And so we're going to take that feedback, put it all together, try and come up with what we would view as kind of a consensus recommendation. But even then, we know that there's going to be additional comment and refinement that we'll want to do before we bring anything forward to the Board of Supervisors. So with that, that's kind of the overall summary of what we're about tonight. We definitely appreciate your time, and I would be happy to entertain any questions that you might have.
So is the online survey still ongoing?
It is.
Because in our materials, it said it ended December 4th, so anybody who's going to do it, it's still going on.
It's still going on through the 27th of December. And we extended it specifically because we were not able to meet with you until today.
Anybody else have any questions? Larry?
Tom, in the results that you've gotten so far from, in the feedback and stuff, of the 3 alternatives, what have people been providing you? I mean, has one kind of risen to the top in the feedback?
I don't think I would want to characterize the results that we've gotten so far, because I don't want to influence anybody who hasn't taken the survey. There'll be ample time to present those. We'll be happy to come back and present that information if you would like, or meet with you offline. But I don't want to unduly influence the people who haven't taken the survey yet.
Good answer.
And then we'll be hearing in a little while from our multimodal committee. John, do you have a question?
I thank Tom for his work in this, as on many things in transportation in our area, first of all, Tom.
Very well.
And I don't know whether Mike McDermott or Scott Leary from our MTAC would have any questions for Tom themselves now.
Tom, I have 2 questions. One, is there a current updated estimate on the opening of phase 2 for revenue service?
What I would say right now is everybody is shooting to open in 2020. But in terms of when in 2020, it's fairly difficult to say. Both the rail yard and the rail line are due to be substantially complete in the March-April timeframe.
Okay.
And then Metro requires somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 to 9 months to do testing. If things go well, it's probably closer to 6 months. If things don't go as well, it's closer to 9 months. But ultimately, the Metro board would set the date. But everybody is working towards a 2020 opening.
One quick follow-up, if I may. should there be a delay encountered, are any of these changes potentially implementable without phase two having gone into revenue service?
I would say probably not, because we're depending on the miles and hours that we're now running, that would be run by Metro Rail in the future to run some of these additional extensions. So it's pretty much a package.
Anyone else have any questions? Audience? Tammy?
Is there any, I think you said there's no additional budget other than what we have now for you to try to manipulate to make it a better service, is that correct?
So we're using the money that we have now to improve service in a lot of areas, either through extending to new areas, increasing frequencies, because we will have money that's available. Because right now, for example, there's a significant amount of service that we're providing between the Herndon Monroe Park and Ride and Wheelie. That's now going to be done by Metro Rail, so we can take those miles and hours and we can do other things with them. But one of the things that we're going to assess is when we come up with a revised plan, is that meeting the needs of the community? And if it isn't, then there is still a possibility that we could look to expand.
And a follow-up on that, you had talked about one of the plans taking away some of the more detailed neighborhood service and making it more direct.
Right.
How long of a walk are we talking from neighborhoods to get to the places where the new, on that reduced circulation?
So that's alternative 2, and essentially what alternative 2 would do is have buses run on main roads such as Reston Parkway, Wheelie, Soapstone, things like that, and not go as far into the neighborhoods. So it probably depends on where you live relative to some of those major roads, how far you would have to walk.
Thank you.
I'm sorry that I was late for answer this question. Have you done rider counts,
Yes.
For automobiles?
Yes, so before we started all of this data collection that we did last fall, we did assess every route, and we know where we actually have on the buses something called automated passenger counters. That tells us how many people get on at each stop in the entire system. So we know that there's some stops that have a lot of usage and there's some stops that may not have very much at all. So that has been taken into account. So if there's stops out there that nobody's using, we didn't necessarily go out of our way to provide service to those stops in the future. So we do have that data, and it was comprehensive for Reston and Herndon. How are you?
I guess I would be voting for option 3 before we even start the conversation, because you know I run the bus regularly, and I find our transportation system fundamentally broken. You can tell from the accident on the route, I spend a lot of time going through London. I stay in an airport hotel at Heathrow, which is about the same distance into central London as it is from here to get into Washington, DC. I can get into London in an hour, any time of the day, for a cheaper price than I can get into Washington, DC from here. If I go in the morning in the peak, when the trains are crowded and it's a nightmare, it's going to take me an hour. If I go off peak, it can take me more than 2 hours. And that's about the frequency of the buses and the frequency of the trains. And to me, when you say that, you know, we have stops where people don't get on, there are other places I would take the bus when I don't, because it is cheaper and quicker to drive. Whereas on the London system, or most towns in the UK, I would never take my car into town, because it will cost me more and it will take a lot longer. And so I don't understand why we don't fundamentally look at systems like bus lanes, which means bus passengers get there quicker than car drivers, which then moves people out of cars and into buses and stops all the infrastructure development we keep needing to do. I don't know why we don't have mixed fleets. I mean, I ride the 950, there's often 3 of us on that bus. It clearly cannot be economical to run a bus with 3 passengers. But we don't use the small mini coaches. in England, in the city centres, there's often small coaches which are 25, 50 seaters. Why isn't there a mixed fleet that then makes things more economical? So I really applaud the fact that completely revising the transportation system is on the map, but I think we need to also think about details about how we can make it quicker, cheaper, and more frequent so that people really will ride it.
Okay, appreciate those comments. We do use a variety of buses. For example, the RIBS buses that we use are much smaller than the other buses that we use. But 60% of the cost of running a bus is the driver, regardless of the size of the bus. Another 25% is fuel, and it doesn't change that much because the engine is essentially the same. So the size of the bus doesn't necessarily always dictate the difference in cost of operating a bus, at least here in the United States. But thank you for your feedback.
Yes, sir.
Tom, as you well know, we have Fairfax Connector buses running through our neighborhood right now because of the construction work over at the metro station. And you talked about buses into neighborhoods. How would that process work? I mean, we didn't get the vote on whether the transit buses were going to come through on this temporary basis. They're doing it for their convenience, not ours, because they could easily just go into Monroe and come around and do the same thing. It would take them a little longer, but it's faster through our neighborhood. And so how's that process going to work? I mean, how are you going to get individual neighborhoods to say, okay, that's fine, or we don't want it, or how's that process going to work?
So when we come out with the preferred alternative, end of the winter season, beginning of spring, we're going to have a series of public meetings. We're going to be looking for lots of feedback from that. That's pretty much very close to what the plan will be, but there's still opportunities to make changes to it. So if there are communities that don't like what's being proposed, then that we definitely want to hear from those communities. Either from the fact that they've got more service than they want in their community, or they don't have enough service in their community.
And we can
So-
take one more question. Okay, thank you, Tom.
All right, thank you very
Appreciate
much
it.
for having
Thank you,
us,
Tom.
and we look forward to feedback on the survey, and look forward to bringing you back a preferred alternative in the spring.
Thank you so much.
Thank you as well.
Tom.
Okay, we have to turn off the microphones.
Be careful, the mic's on.
Why is the internet down? Is your internet up?
I went into my mail and opened up the packet.
Madam President, are you ready to start?
In, what's 6:30? When it's, oh, my mic was off. Stefan, we're going to wait till 6:30. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday, December 19th, 2019 regular meeting of the Board of Directors. I'm Kathy Baum, apartment owners representative. I'm going to ask board members to introduce themselves, but first I'd like to introduce Christina Easterly, who's our new board liaison. She has a nonprofit board background. She's recently been with the American Art Therapy Association and the Arts Council of Fairfax County. She holds a Master's in Fine Arts from Hunter College in New York, and she's a Reston resident. Later this evening, we're going to appoint her as Assistant Secretary. So welcome, Christina. So Tom, let's start with you.
Tom O'Karen at large.
Karen Anton, Hunters Woods, Dogwood.
Julie Bitzer, South Lakes.
John Mooney, North Point.
Doug Britt at large. Aaron Webb, Tall Oaks, Lake Ann.
Let's see, we have a couple of staff people back there. Chris,
Chris Schubert, the capital projects,
Tom,
Neo, Director of Finance.
and then we have Claire. I will introduce her later, and then down there.
Anthony Champ, General Counsel.
Larry Butler, Chief Operating Officer.
Hank Lane, CEO.
Terrific, thank you. I just want to remind members of the board that our meeting is live streamed and viewed by members and staff and others with interest in our organization. Should you deem that you have any conflicts of interest, please remember to state them prior to any vote. So,
Madam Chair, may we do it at this time? Or-
sure.
So, my name is John Mooney, again, from the North Point District. And because the strategic plan in item F deals with development issues, I want to disclose that I'm a member of the Coalition for Planned Reston, which gets involved in land use issues.
Thank you, John. Okay, I need a motion to approve the agenda, please.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any noes, any abstentions? A motion carries. Next, I'd like a motion for the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
All the ayes?
Aye.
Any noes, any abstentions? Thank you all. Okay, now it's time for member comments. Can you get me the sheet, Tom, please? Thank you. So I just want to remind people, if you are speaking, to please come up to the podium, state your name and address. If you're speaking as an individual, you're allowed 3 minutes, and if you represent an organization, you have 5 minutes. Are you keeping the count?
I'll keep the time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's start with Rick Hamilton.
Rick Hamilton, 12629 Thunder Chase Drive, Reston, Virginia. We haven't talked about the strategic plan on the agenda yet, but I found it incredibly difficult to find it on your website, and we've been talking about the RA website for years, and it is still hard to navigate. So that's point number one. Point number two, I'm not really quite sure how this strategic plan approval process works. Are the members polled for their input and vote on the strategic plan? I've been through it very quickly. One of our neighbors, Lynn Brown, found it finally by asking someone in RA. But I polled our neighborhood and I got a few responses and nobody even knew there was a strategic plan in work, much less in existence. So I would like, if we can, when this conversation comes up later in the meeting, to have a better understanding of what this process is about, because, I mean, we're the members, we're paying our dues, and so we think we need to have some input into the strategic plan, and we haven't seen that happen. Thanks.
Let's see, there's a cross out. Lynn Malston?
Good evening, Lynn Molston, 11472 Links Drive.
I'm here to talk about the recent DRB meeting, which I had the opportunity to review using the live streaming. And more than a few members of the public have come forward recommending that term limits be abolished for the DRB to retain a strong historical perspective and consistency in rulings. No one on this board has commented or explained to the public any actions that may be taken or not taken and why. And I would ask that the board address the public on this issue. Thank you.
Julie, do you want to address it as the DRB liaison, or Aaron? Or I will be happy to address it. So we have had discussions. It was brought up at Bach, and no board member has chosen to bring forth a change to the rules so that they stay consistent right now with the other committees. Jennifer, you're next.
I make copies of mine. If they could be included in the record. Great. And I just send it electronically. And I'm representing SOS. And I'm short, so I will bring this down. I have comments in several areas. The first one being member information. You guys have all seen me at this meeting and committee meetings several times this year. I've gotten up and spoken about this before. I have made numerous requests to please put information out to the public before meetings. It's in the resolutions that it will be out there as soon as it's available to the board, unless it's confidential. And we have not had full packets. Even as recently as Tuesday, I was at the Finance Committee meeting, and where there wasn't even an agenda on the website. So I just ask that we make sure that the information is out to the public so that the public is informed and can decide whether they want to come and comment. And I've heard you all say that you want the public's input at previous meetings, and to get it, you have to give a little information to get that back. Also, at the last meeting for the brand consultancy report, there are several people in the audience when I was watching online that asked for the report, and I still don't see that out on the website. The second issue is resolution number 9, says the annual board planning session, which I know you guys switched from April to December this year. And part of that is that the CEO is going to give an update on the current strategic plan status and the major issues facing the association. And I didn't see anything in tonight's board packet related to that. So I'm hoping that Hank will go over it when we get to strategic planning, but if not, I would ask that the board ask Hank to do that at the next meeting, since that's part of the resolution. Third is the strategic plan, and many of you know because I've sent you all comments directly, and I've attached them here to the sheet. But I think the strategic plan still needs some vetting. I honestly think it first needs a grammar review, because there are different tenses in it, and I would just want something like that put out on our professional website. And I think, we can applaud the staff who all probably got together in their groups and created their pieces. But that's kind of how it reads. It comes together as kind of piecemeal as the staff put it together. I also sent the comments and was hoping that they would be reviewed at the board governance. And the only one that was brought up was the one that the board had some issues with, which was the addition of Goal 8. And I think Goal 8 covers land use, and that is at the heart of Reston, and it should be a standalone goal because, and I outlined in my packet, reasons why in RA's values and previous strategic plans, It has been included before. So I think it's important that we highlight that as a standalone goal. But I do appreciate and read through the changes that Hank made from the last one. And I think he is capturing the heart of what the intent was with adding that goal. I just strongly believe that it needs to be a standalone goal. And then in addition, I had put some comments out there, and I just want to highlight a few specifically, because I don't have time to read through all of my comments, but you have them all. I am an HR person by trade. I also run IT for my organization, which is also a nonprofit trade association, so very similar organizations. And in the trade association, or the association industry in general, we have seen turnover in the 17 to 19%. If you Google it, you will find it online. It has been going up because we have a lot of people that are older that have stayed with their associations, and you tend to see higher turnover. So I think when you're looking for a turnover rate at 5%, you're really lowballing and putting us in a situation where we might see an 8% or a 9% turnover rate as something that's negative. And I don't think in this market, and especially in our area with the low unemployment, that 5% is even attainable. And then the last one I'll comment on is the financial section at the end of the long strategic plan. You say that your goal is to increase dues, and I think that that is a bad reputation to put out to the public, that your goal is to raise dues by any percentage. I'm just going to keep going because you see where I'm going to end, but I'll be brief. The IT plan, I'd like to see members be able to comment. I've read through the board materials, but I don't want to comment about something we haven't seen yet.
Are you speaking for yourself or for your?
SOS.
Okay, because you keep using the word I, so I just want to make sure.
No, SOS, sorry. And then the new initiatives that are in the plan, I was really disturbed when I was at Finance Committee meeting and shared with my group that we really thought that those new initiatives would go back for a vetting process. So I really believe that, and I know our community believes, and where I live, that we never got a chance to really see those proposals that Hank gave. The board and then eventually fiscal saw them, but the public never saw them. And even if we get a free yurt, I still think that it needs to be vetted for location. You know, does the public want it? Do we want our kids to go to camps in a place like that? And it's not just with that proposal, that's just an example of it's vetting beyond fiscal responsibility. I want to echo Lynn's comments on the DRB, and then I missed it because you guys have already approved it on the consent calendar, but I think that a 3-minute rule for members, when most of the time you don't get but 3 or 4 of us in this room, is very limiting. And I think you should leave it to the board chair to be able to use latitude depending upon how many people are in the room at that night.
Thank you, give me that as you can tell.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bob, Patrine?
Any space to scoot over? Not just you, everybody has to scoot over.
They want you to scoot down.
That's
They
best.
want you to scoot down.
Any space to scoot over, that's it?
I think I'm taking up too much room.
Good evening. My name is Bob Treen. I live at 2503 Foxcroft Way here in Reston. I wish to provide some comments on the strategic plan, particularly the 7 goals that are included in the current version of the plan that are going to be considered this evening. I find most of them too opaque to really be achievable. I think that Reston is a homeowners association, number one. It has really no competition. It is to represent the interests of the ownership and maintain the the property that we own in common and maintain the amenities that are provided to the citizens who live. I found the previous 2016-2020 strategic goals much easier to understand. And although there are issues, you could spend a great deal of time going through how they might be crafted better. They were easier to understand, and they reflected, I think, my view that RA is a homeowners association and not a true business, as I would expect to see, as I would expect to have here, given the 7 goals that that have been proposed in the next 3 years strategic plan. I would also want to mention that, and it's been brought up twice already, the goal about land use, goal 8, that is to be considered this evening. I think it is essential. It is at the heart of what Reston is in the middle of right now, which is an energized development of the TSA. And although that is, in many cases, beyond Reston's direct ability to change that, it is not to say that it can't not be influenced. It can be influenced. It has been proven by the indefinite deferral of the PRC zoning amendment that occurred last year. People can, even though they don't have an authorized view of making changes, they certainly were able to convince, because there was evidence, to keep the county from acting on raising the density cap, which would in effect destroy what Reston is. It is what the PRC is. It was the reason that Bob Simon, his vision was meant to move density around Reston so that it could be developed so that it would be livable and sustainable. And I've run through my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I got one more person, Lynn Brown. Oh, Tammy, I'm sorry.
Lynn Brown, 12604 Broadine Lane, and that's in the Polo
Lynn,
Fields.
could you speak more into the mic?
Polo Fields community. I'm always criticised for this, so. I mean, first off, I recognise that this is a strategic plan for Reston Association and not for Reston, which is slightly different, I think. This is about Reston Association's plan for how they serve and deliver to us and the metrics by which they measure that performance. And so for me, it's a critical part of the engagement. I applaud the fact and the recognition that there's a need for more participation and engagement by us as members of Reston. As somebody who's been a leader in my own community, I don't underestimate how difficult that is, that there's 350 people and you maybe get 5 that engage on a regular basis. And with 21,000 people, yeah, I look at how many are in this room and it's difficult. So I was the person who did the research to actually try and find the documents today, and it was difficult. And I say that as somebody who is a researcher and publishes in academic journals. So I'm pretty good at research. And I know the RA website, and it was not intuitive to find this material. I'd express some concern on revenue streams and increasing revenue streams. I think we all want to see revenue, but we are not a business. And if we move towards being a sort of small business to serve our community, that also comes with risks, because presumably as community members, we're liable for any incurred debts, or as small businesses sometimes do, they go bankrupt. So there has to be a balance between revenue and being a homeowners association. And finally, I think the goal that I didn't see is with all the development that's coming to Reston, there are many new apartment complexes coming in, particularly in the TSA areas. And I don't see anything about what I call, as an economist, the free rider problem. How are we going to ensure that those communities are part of Reston Association and that they are paying RA dues? Because they will be using the services of Reston whether they do or whether they don't. And so a new community that's coming in near to us, we actually said to the developers, we expected them to put their community in Reston Association, and they agreed. But I would like to see a clear goal in the strategic plan and a clear set of metrics about what percentage of new communities coming into Reston will be part of RA and contributing to the dues. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Again, my apologies.
Tammy Petrine, 2503 Foxcroft Way, speaking for Reston 2020. I've been here many times, and I'm concerned about a number of things. I am going to repeat again, I do not accept the idea that because a board member did not come to you requesting that the veteran architect members of the DRB will be lost unless you remove that caveat on term limits for the DRB. The DRB is unlike any other committee. They are not equal. It is in the bylaws. It is a sovereign organization. My concern again is we are about to reopen phase 2 of the Reston Master Plan, which is the PRC. Above all else in the history of the Reston Association, we need veteran institutional knowledge. You have no clue what we're in for. I have a bit of a clue because I'm on the Reston Planning and Zoning Committee, and I have talked to our new supervisor, not recently. He's drinking from a fire hose right now, so I'm not bothering him, but I have talked to him many times previously this year, and I have talked to John Carter extensively. And we need to have veteran people. The DRB does yeoman's work. It is a difficult job, and we cannot expect to have the results Reston needs with neophyte members, as well-intentioned as they may be and as well-intentioned as this board may be. I cannot express this more clearly. Please change that. You are endangering the entire PRC. Every single RA member is in the PRC. That's one subject. The other thing that really concerns me is I was here a few days ago, was it a week ago, for the rollout of the branding survey. I had a lot of problems with that thing, and you heard me say it on camera. I was also told on camera that none of the new suggestions would be carried through without further vetting. I am informed from a report from Fiscal Committee last night that Hank doesn't want to go back and have the board vet things, that he thinks because it's in the budget, and my understanding of the budget is things were put in there as placeholders, that now he can just go and do it. None of us have been asked if we want any of that stuff. What's this about? This is inappropriate in my view. The members care, but we're sort of shut out because Lynn just expressed that she couldn't find the strategic plan at all. Jen has expressed for a year that she can't get documents. The Fiscal Committee does not get information in time to make informed reports to you on various things that come up. So how is this possible? Again, at a previous conversation with you, I said this board may be 9 fiscal geniuses or 9 crocheters. You need to have a fiscal committee that is well-rounded to give any standing board in any year very excellent advice. And by shutting them out, You are disrespecting them, you are endangering the members, and it is not the way Reston Association is supposed to work. We went through unmitigated hell the year that the lake house was purchased under very strange circumstances. After that, the community worked hard to get a board on board that would put in checks and balances. To this date, a lot of those checks and balances have been erased. This is not acceptable. Hank, you're new to the community. You have no clue the trauma the community went through and the efforts, the very detailed efforts and the personal sacrifice of people to work consistently for over a year to put in place checks and balances. And now all of a sudden, we're erasing them. No, we don't want to go back to that. We want to have full transparency. We want you to discuss nothing during executive session except contracts and salaries and things that are really, really, really confidential. Had the issue with Campus Commons. Couldn't get any comments from the board. Got them 24 hours before, and you know the problems, and I'm not going to go through, of a lot of inaccurate information that you had planned to testify to. So you had to redo your testimony at the last minute. We're not having land use meetings anymore. You're operating in a void, we're operating a void. This is not healthy. Please stop this. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Mr. Flashman? You're next, Dennis.
Good evening. My name is Erwin Flashman. I live at 1327 Buttermilk Lane. I hadn't intended to speak to you this evening, but two members have raised issues with regard to the DRB, and I have in an earlier meeting raised the same issue, and that is the need to erase the term limits for members of the DRB. The DRB is an adjudicative body. It operates by virtue of the deed. It exists because of the deed. It has functions that are substantially different from any other committee. And its decisions are its decisions. So it is important that you have experienced members. You are about to lose some very experienced members and do not have any people who are really capable of replacing them with the knowledge they have. If you do that, the DRB will suffer and so will Reston. The DRB is very significant, not only because of its origins, but because of what it does, very different from any other committee that the board has. It is not an advisory committee. It makes decisions that hold. All other committees make recommendations to the board. So it is significantly different, and there's no need for consistency with the term limits that are placed on other committee members. And so I ask you to reconsider what seems to be a decision sub silentio and to put forward a motion to amend the present term limits and eliminate them for the DRB. And I'd like to second many of the comments that were made by Tammy. I think they are serious issues that need to be addressed by the board, and I would hope that you would do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis?
Thank you. Dennis Hayes, 1398 Old Quincy Lane, speaking on behalf of the Reston Association. Again, I came to this meeting having been away from Reston for about a month on various travel. And what struck me again is, of course, you are us and we are you. You're our elected representatives. We count on you to represent the interest. And what I hear, though, and I identify, I think, pretty much with everything every one of the speakers said today, is that we trust you to reflect the views that come up through the community and apply them in ways that make the most sense for everyone that's concerned. I am concerned if there is not information getting out to the community, because that's what we obviously need in order to have a formed opinion to advise you, our elected representatives, on what we feel is the best course of action moving forward. I'm a little concerned if we have a policy that says we're going to have annual increases in dues. I would hope we would have something that said we will work towards decreasing dues over a year through more efficiency or better action. So I just would like to say, first off, thank everyone up here. I know how tough a job that you do. I know the hours that you put in, but I would say, please listen to what the community is telling you and work it out, because we all have the same goals, and I think we can all have the same success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, with that, we'll close out member comments. Next item on the agenda, our MTAC group. Mike McDermott, who's our chair. Is Scott going to come up with you, or?
He's coming. Come on.
Then we have Scott.
couple of comments, and then I'm going to turn it over to Scott.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Mike McDermott. I'm the acting chair of the Multimodal Transportation Advisory Committee, MTAC. And part of the requirements for being on the committee is being able to say the name 5 times really quickly. We're still working on that, all of us. One of the things I wanted to do is, first of all, thank John Mooney and Larry Butler for their wonderful support to the committee as we've worked through several issues. And as a result of their guidance, I think we've been able to bring things to the board in terms of transportation, which is a hugely complicated area. The other thing I wanted to say, in terms of multimodal, what does that mean? Well, it's everything from pedestrians, cyclists, cars, buses, and trains, that whole range and stuff. If you stop to think about that, Tim, for a minute, it's this big. And so we try to deal with things as much as we can to get a sense of how things are moving forward. So, for example, at our meeting the other night, we were talking about e-scooters, because that's something that's floating around, people running into them, tripping over them, those types of things. What does that mean? So hopefully we'll be able to provide something to the board in terms of something like that. So that just gives you a flavor. Scott's going to be talking about buses in a minute, so that's another part of the multimodal that we're doing. We're a citizen advisory committee. We have both citizens who are interested in transportation. We also have a professional, and Scott is one of our professionals who's also a member, a citizen member, and so we're lucky enough for him to take a look at the bus changes. We've had Tom present to us and had interactions with him, and so I'm going to turn this over to Scott Leary, and he'll give you the benefit of his spreadsheet analysis in terms of what you heard from Tom. So, Scott.
Good evening, Scott Leary, and I've met most of you. For those out there who don't know me, I live in Whisper Hill on Quiet Tree Drive. I am a transportation engineer by profession. I had an advanced look, at least to you folks, at the proposed changes as I represented this association at the technical working group at the county level. And what I came away with was the fact that the graphics looked really nice, but when I started to really look at them, I'm like, they don't tell me anything that I really want to know. So I spent a few hours pulling data out of the graphics and converting it to actual service and computing revenue service hours. For those in the audience, my main focuses were geographic regions, and because this is Reston and Herndon, I pretty much drew 3 lines of the toll road, Fairfax County Parkway, Reston Parkway, and labeled them North Herndon, Northwest, Northeast, South. And if a bus went through there, I counted the service. I also looked at what services address directly to the transit centers, to include the Reston Transit Center, the existing Reston Transit Center on Bluemont, and the proposed bus service to Reston Metro Transit Center. Looked at the Herndon Monroe changes and innovation on the extreme western boundary of that service area out on the other end of Sunrise Valley Drive. Then I looked at the village centers to see which buses actually went there. I tallied up over the course of a day using the headways that were provided, that's the frequency of service, and the span of service that they were planning for each of these bus routes, and came up with a number of trips through areas, to specific points, and then summed the revenue service required to deliver that. The comparison became a measure of efficiency. Simply put, the existing plus and the transformation, or as Tom presented earlier this evening, options 1 and 3, come out roughly equivalent on the efficiency model. The streamlined service is the least efficient from the perspective of what I was looking at. That is number of runs to specific points or through specific areas, and then the revenue service hours required to accomplish those runs. And that kind of makes sense if you consider that the streamlined approach took things and elongated them so you have longer runs. It is the recommendation of the Multimodal Transportation Advisory Committee, and I'm only saying that once, Mike, that this board endorse to FCDOT the streamlined service as it is the most efficient and provides the greatest geographic span of service to include Fairfax City, George Mason University, the Centerville Park and Ride, and I think if we ask really nicely, we can coax them to include the Nova campus up on Harry Bird Highway into that also. Are there any questions from the board? I know you guys were given the spreadsheet, and I had a feeling you
have a
would.
question, Scott. I had understood that MTAC had recommended the transfer.
I'm sorry, did I just say
model.
streamlined? Transformation. Yes, it is the transformation, option 3, thank you. It's been a long day, sorry.
My second question is, certainly, I will recommend that the board certainly receive this report, and I've seen Scott's spreadsheets, so I know how carefully he's calculated this, and the calculations come up with the same conclusion, tentative conclusion that Tom Bishadny presented tonight. My question is there any point in the board, so to receive your report is certainly what we want to do, in my view. Should we, Scott and Mike, wait until we get the results of Reston feedback through Tom? I'm not sure he can disaggregate the Reston input and wait until, will we get disaggregated information about Restonians?
I do not
opinions?
believe so. I believe that it's going to be all survey takers will be aggregated into a single set of responses, and as Tom mentioned, I was a few minutes late, the final service product will include elements of probably all 3 of the proposed plans. The intention of proposing this to you folks as a board at this time is to get the association on record with a preference instead of the perception you don't care.
Right. And the only point of my question is, would we have more information after December 27th to combine with your information, the recommendation, and you're saying we're not going to get that?
My concern is that the timeline is very shortly after the survey closes. They are going to begin the design of the preferred service model, and at that point, it may be too late to actually have an impact.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else? You gonna make a motion, John?
Madam Chairman, was there someone else who wanted? I move that we accept and endorse the recommendation of MTAC that we support the transformation model for the bus service realignment.
You don't want, wait a minute. You've got to authorize the CEO to send a letter.
No, and authorize the CEO to send a letter communicating that decision.
Thank you. Any discussion? All the ayes?
Aye.
Any noes? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks.
Thanks for all your work, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, does everybody want to take a break to go eat? Or do we care? Don't care?
I don't care.
Okay, we'll just keep going. Okay, next on the agenda is the appointment of the assistant secretary. Tony, do you want to handle that?
In accordance with our bylaws, we are allowed to appoint any additional officers that we need to assist the board, including but not limited to a assistant secretary. This is to help take some of the administrative tasks and handle them in-house. I would ask for a motion to appoint Christina Easterly as assistant secretary, as we've done in the past with the board liaisons.
So moved. I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any noes? Motion carries. There's something I have to sign later on, right?
You're thinking of the secretary certificate, which is a different document.
Okay. Next, we have the IT overview. And Clara, you want to come up? So this is Laura, she's our new IT director. She's been here since the middle of September. She has 20 years of IT experience in IT strategy, business alignment, application management, business process engineering, focusing on cost savings and meeting business needs. She comes to us from companies like Maximus, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and AOL. She holds an MBA from George Washington University. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. So good evening, everyone.
You have to speak really clearly into the microphone.
So good evening, everyone. Rescue Association members, welcome, and also the board, and also my peers. I'm very excited and happy to be part of the Reston Association team. I was elected and to be the director of IT in September, so I joined on September 2019. So I was asked to put a presentation about the status of Reston Association IT. So I've put together some slides that will tell the members and also the board where we are currently in terms of IT, what are some of our current challenges, what needs to be done, to bring some improvements, and what is our strategy going for 2020, and also the budgets for that. So that's where the focus is. So we can move to the next slide. I'm going to start off this slide. I'm sorry the colors are not very clear, but I'm going to read quickly through it. When I joined Reston 4 months, Reston Association 4 months, and I've been, evaluating, the technologies, the software, the hardware, the applications and systems, I have made observations and notes that it has challenges and it needs improvement. So I've highlighted some of the challenges over here. We have network devices that are, that have passed the life cycle. They have lost the warranties. They are very age-old. The network devices like the firewalls, routers, switches. These are the basic network devices that is required to run business operations. So those are really out of date. The vendor doesn't support. There's no warranty on them. Security. We lack security from the end user's point of view, that is all the workstations, laptops, PCs, there's not a substantial amount of security that's there. There's lack of security in terms of, the servers, data that we have. Things like, where we have Active Directory. So what Active Directory means is that, it has a list of users who are supposed to use the IT systems. That does not have enough security. For example, we need to put better controls there. Who has access to application systems and servers and information? We do not have substantial amount of antivirus solution in any of the IT applications, assets, servers, databases. So that's where it lacks security. There's not good backups done to the data, to the systems, to the servers, to the applications. We have storage, the storage area, a storage device that stores all of the information assets currently is dead. So, but we have moved it currently we've moved it back to the cloud, but we had a server crash in October, and the main reason for that was the SAN died. There was no backup to the SAN. It was a single point of failure, so that needs to be upgraded. Then we have applications and data. That's all legacy. We have an application, for example, I heard from members talking about the website. That website is sitting on an age-old code that is 10, 12 plus years. It's not been maintained, it's not upgraded. It's like sitting on a thin leash, so it can break, there's no maintenance and there's no, IT resource that's supporting to maintain that website. Then we have email systems that the staff is using. They're using an email system that has not much security, not much features. So we need to upgrade, to Office 365 on the cloud. And then, there's no reporting. So we have all applications like recreation, member data, we have financial data, we have governance data. None of this data is integrated. None of this data has a commonality. So the data on recreation doesn't sync, it's not aligned to sync with the member data. So we need to build in some kind of an integration platform to bring data together. So these are some of the challenges. And also one more thing, the wireless. The wireless is bad. It's slow, the speed is bad, and some of the facilities do not have wireless or internet connections. So there are a lot of IT challenges over here that needs improvement and upgrades. So what do we do with all these challenges is what the next slide says. So I came up, I worked with the team and staff and see what do we need to do for 2020. And these are the 2020 IT strategic goals. One is we need to stabilize our infrastructure. We need to upgrade the servers, the firewalls, the security systems, so that it's stable enough to hold the information and data. We need to modernize technology, like things like the website. We need to move to the cloud. We need to build an integration layer on the cloud, which has to be on a modern technology. And then we lack IT resource skills. Reston Association did not have IT resource skills to advise them or build a strategy or let them know what technologies need to be upgraded, what applications need to move to the cloud, or even to do a simple database development. That skill is not there. It's a big challenge for them to do any work for the staff. So we need to bring in some kind of an IT skills resources over there, whether in terms of consulting or contractors. Then we need to migrate some of our applications to the cloud, to SaaS-based cloud, software as a service. We're going to start off that with a Reston website, move to a cloud base. We need to move, for example, our financial software is on a 2013 version. It's not upgraded, it's not maintained. If it crashes, we have a problem, and it did crash. And bringing it back up because it's on an old version is very challenging. It's still an ongoing process. So we need to move some of our applications to cloud. And then, of course, the last one is to build a centralized data repository where we can tie and link all of our member data, recreation data, and all the other data together. So that's our 2020 IT strategic goals. So the next slide talks on some of the benefits. We can see, okay, what does all this mean? Some of the benefits are we are going to have data availability, security, we don't have to maintain costly hardware. We can get rid of our data center, for which we spend a lot of money when we move to the cloud. We don't have to buy hardware, new hardware, and buy the warranties, which are very expensive. And then we can increase the experience for the members by, changing improving our website and other services. We can migrate to cloud, and this is going to eliminate, all of the on-premise infrastructure, and it's also going to give us, a better data quality. So, and building data intelligence reporting. So there's going to be a lot of benefits, just not to the RA staff, but it's also going to be for the members. So the members, they're going to get data more quickly. It's going to be more cleaner. You can see information like some of the members said, I cannot see the strategic plan. I was not able to find a specific document. All those things can be eliminated if you modernize to a new technology, build newer applications, and build a better website. Things will be much clearer. So those are some of the benefits that might be directly to the member services. And one example would be members don't have to walk in to Reston Association on a rainy day, on a snowy day. You can make payments online, you can look at data online. So those are the kind of benefits. So that moves to this is a 2020 IT roadmap. This clearly will tell what is going to be done in Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4. How the money is going to be spent, what are the projects going to be done there. And I'm just going to make it brief. Some of the projects that we're going to do, improvements that we're going to do on cloud, we're going to build a backup solution on the cloud. We are going to do a lot of security improvements, both on the end users, workstations, servers, data, applications, and systems. We are going to do some content migration, build in some SaaS applications for Office 365. We are going to build that integration layer to build all the data together. And then, we're going to decommission all of the legacy application software. And then, the most important thing is to do all of this work, we are going to hire IT consultants, expertise in these areas to come and take us to that level where, things can be stabilized and, applications are, useful. So that's the 2020 IT roadmap. So this is our budget. The next slide. So here I've shown the comparison between 2019 and 2020. So you can see where the spending is. We're spending on internet services, software maintenance contracts, hardware, licensing, professional tech support. Those are for the IT consulting that we need to hire, like contractors or special consulting services. And then salaries and wages of the staff, training, and phones. So where you see the increase is, you can see that there's an increase in the internet services. That's because we want to upgrade and put internet services in locations, in some of our locations like the lake, the pools and other upgrade. We want to, you see an increase also in the professional tech services. That's because to do all of these upgrades and to modernize our Reston Association IT, we need to hire expertise. So we will be hiring some consultants and who will come and help us to do that work. The salaries and wages, there's an increase because of the hiring of the IT director position. That's why you see the increase there. Those are the main reasons why the budget is increased. And also on the right side, I've put in details the cloud transformation projects, what the costs are, Office 365 licensing. CWPS is our consulting partner who's going to be maintaining all of our infrastructure and network. So that's their cost. And the professional tech services, the last piece is to build data integration to bring applications to the next level. That's the IT overview. Any questions?
Thank you. I think we've heard from members how bad our website is. I'm a board member and I still have trouble finding things. So it appears you have a great big challenge next year, but I'll let other directors speak. John?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Clara, welcome.
Thank you.
And we're happy to have you here. I am dangerous in IT, but from especially my last employment for a large local government, I was a senior manager going through 2 IT changes. And one of the questions that I have learned from our IT folks in that organization was the critical relationship between the software you choose and work processes. So some people try to customize the software to fit the current work processes. And so you lead to customized software. And that customized software, I've learned from those 2 waves of IT changes that it can cause serious problems when it comes time to upgrade programs.
Correct.
And secondly, it can cause grave problems when you try to integrate new programs into existing programs.
Correct.
And so finally, in the second wave, we said we may have to change some work processes to fit the best software we can get. And that by getting off-the-shelf software, you have fewer of the complexities that I just mentioned. Does that make any sense? Have you all discussed what relationship between software and work processes we're going to take? Or what do you recommend? Does my question make any sense?
Yes, it definitely made, it's a very important question, and whatever you say is valid. If you build customized solutions, then, upgrading and, maintaining, it becomes a challenge. So what we are doing right now is, we are working with, I'm working with every business unit to understand, I've worked with them and understand their functionality and, see what the common functions are, what the link is between each business unit, how the data can be linked, how the work processes can be linked, and based on that, we want to evaluate the SaaS, the products and the solutions that we think is best. Currently, for example, I'm going to give you the recent example that the transformation that has happened. We moved from a legacy application that had that was customized. It had a SQL Server database, and then it was on the website. The property data and the financial data. All these were in disparate systems and applications. So. The Reston Association has done the due diligence. They did the due diligence, the business and various business units, and they identified that moving to like an application like Member Suite would address, remove that customized piece and combine some of the functionalities from various business together. So, for example, the Member Suite solution. Can maintain property data. The Member Suite solution can also maintain, we don't need to have an order processing system. It's like a CRM. It does within that member processing itself. We can collect all the payments, all the assessments, and it ties to the members itself also. We're also looking for the same application, how communications and marketing can use it down the road to do any of the CRM work. So to answer your question, John, Reston Association is thoroughly evaluating, when they are working with, when we are working on all these needs to see, let's not have 10 different products and maintain it separately, but we're trying to combine it and see, how one product can address different needs. So that is happening.
Do I understand you to say to the extent that we can, we're going to avoid customized programs?
I want to move away from customized programs completely. So that's why I'm hired here. So I'm going to move away from this customized, reduce that and minimize, because the more customized software or a program I have, it's a headache for me to manage and maintain and find a resource and skills. For example, we're having the problem with the website. It has a software and a code that we do not have a resource or a skill because it's so old. So I don't want that same thing to happen. So that's an example. So we want to move to a more cloud-based solution.
Julie?
I noticed in the 2020 budget, from 19 to 2020, there's a significant increase, and I apologize to my Reston community and to all the board that I had no idea that our IT situation was this bad. I know Ven has been saying, hey, I'll take a look at it, and I think I have some expertise in that area. But my question is, I understand an increase if it's what I don't get from this is this a temporary, hey, I need an infusion of cash now to fix an antiquated system, and by the way, I work for IBM. So if I should have disclosed.
Thank you for the disclosure.
I didn't disclose that. I do work for IBM. But you don't have IBM stuff in here. So anyways, are you anticipating that once you make these changes that you're going to have to still stay at the $1 million rate?
Good question. I was expecting this. Good. So this budget that we've put here, it may seem, oh my God, it's so high, but it is required to take Reston Association IT to the next level. Otherwise, things are going to crash and fall apart.
I
I'm just saying that straight. But this, once we get to that level and we upgrade, we move to the cloud and we integrate, then we are in a maintenance mode. This budget will not be high next year. It will not be the same amount in the subsequent years. But we should keep in mind.
To a budget, I'm just.
Yeah. So we should keep in mind that any software, it's like, when it's in the cloud, it does its own maintenance, it does its upgrades, the versions, everything is maintained there. So this cost, when you see they're down, professional tech services and CWPS infrastructure, network, and IT operations, those costs will go down or it may go away next year. The CWPS infrastructure and network IT operations will definitely come down, way down. It will go into the maintenance, operations maintenance. The professional tech services, we will maybe, it'll be again in maintenance. We don't have to invest in technology or solutions because we are doing that in 2020.
By moving to the cloud, as she speaks, and the software as a service capabilities, you're actually approaching your IT as a utility and can use commodity services. So we should be seeing a cost reduction.
Definitely.
That standardization.
Aaron and then Bill.
Thank you. You've already answered one of my questions about that savings. I'm trying to evaluate you've got quite a mountain to climb, apparently. What resources do you have? How big is your team and this timeline to make this transition so that we can start to see that cost savings where we don't have to maintain the on-premise equipment because we're using cloud equipment? Help me understand that timeline and if you have sufficient resources to do that.
Yeah, okay. So Aaron, currently, the IT resources we are building the IT team, okay? So if you go back 3 or 4 months ago, there was no IT team. It was on a single person that had not sufficient experience, knowledge, or understanding. So now this IT team is being put together. So I've been hired, and then I'm building the IT team together. So that's the first part. So to answer that, I've hired CWPS, who is managing all of our infrastructure and networks, okay? And they will be continued to contracted for the next year. And then we will be hiring and consulting services to help with the applications on the application side, to go to the cloud and build that integration. So those will be the hires for 2020. So we'll be building that team together. And as per the timeline, the second part of the question, if you go to the previous slide, this will clearly tell us the situation of IT by every quarter. So if you can see, by the end of Q1, the plan is to stabilize all of the security and the infrastructure and all of the upgrades. By the end of Q2, we would have modernized the applications and systems. And then we're also at the same time, so by the end of Q2, we would have a much stable infrastructure. We would have a much stable security. We would have moved things to the cloud, and we would have decommissioned legacy applications, and we would be in the process of archival and shutdown. So by the end of the plan is by the end of Q3 or early Q4, all legacy applications, systems, databases are shut down. They are archived and shut down, and all of them are in the cloud. So by end of Q3, early Q4, we would see a stabilized infrastructure. We would see applications on the cloud. We would see a better website, the quality of the website. We would have all of this done, completed by, I'm saying Q2, Q3. Q2, Q3, you'll see those changes coming in, those positive changes.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Ben, you're next up.
Bye, Clara.
Hi.
I like everything I heard. I think you're headed in the right track. Build resilient and secure infrastructure, only have client-side infrastructure, and move everything to the cloud. I heard stay away from heavy licensing costs,
Yes.
right? Don't build anything custom.
Yes.
Try to go COTS, specifically SaaS.
Yes.
And I see that you have laid out a good plan. So I think you're headed in the right track. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Doug?
Have you already started drafting statement of work for the consultant?
Yes, we have the strategy, the contractual for CWPS is the draft stage. And I'm in the process of interviewing for the website to make changes on the website, and for all of the other cloud technologies. I'm talking to various consulting companies. I'm trying to find the best fit. So within the next month or so, I'll find the best fit to take us to work on all of these projects.
Will this be, you mentioned SaaS, will this be the decision made to be SaaS-based, or?
The SaaS is a cloud, it's a cloud solution. So whichever products we choose will be a cloud-based solutions. And so the SaaS is something that, Reston Association does not have to maintain hardware, servers, databases, backups, crashes, even if so, it's an off the shelf. So that's the decision, yeah.
What is SaaS?
Software as a service.
As a service. So just like the cloud is infrastructure as a service, software as a service, platform as a service. So it's like you, instead of buying a house, you rent them. You rent.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? So you don't have to maintain it, you just rent.
Gmail. Gmail? Gmail is SaaS.
Yeah, okay. Doug, did you have any more?
No, thanks.
Anybody else
Thank
have
you.
any questions? Sure, Jennifer.
Hi.
Oh,
Thank you. Thank you for that overview, it was great. And certainly applaud your efforts. You've done a lot in the small amount of time that you've been here. Also want to apologize, I think the public probably thought we were funding IT infrastructure fairly well. And apparently we have not if this is the equipment that we have in place. Really applaud the security piece of it. Security is big in the industry now. Would love to also see on your plan creating a security manual for the team, maybe having the team do some annual security training so that they understand what you're putting in place and can help you maintain that security. The one thing that I would caution is the SaaS models. I love SaaS models. Everyone loves them because, as you said, they're in the cloud. Someone else is maintaining them for you. But I think that we need to evaluate software individually and decide whether we go SaaS or whether we go COTS. I would love to put my financial database at work in the cloud. We have GP Dynamics. It's not fun to maintain, but it is $40,000 more expensive to maintain it in the cloud than it is for me to put it in my server room at work. And evaluating whether all of these need to go into the cloud based on the importance of that software to the association, and whether you could do backups and send them off-site for pennies at a time versus having someone else maintain it, I think it should be on a case-by-case basis versus an entire theme of everything. And then finally, you're one person, and I caution again, like, that is a huge, ambitious plan. And it takes staff resources to help you get there as well. And, are we taking on too much in 1 year? I mean, should we just look at replacing all of the equipment and mapping out what that plan should be in the long term, or getting the public involved in the types of things that they want to see? Like, do they want internet at pools around the association? Have we asked them those questions? And then just say, we can't build Rome in a day, and that's a lot to take. I would not take that on, and I have a team of 15 on my staff. And we have consultants that we outsource to. It's just a lot to take on in a year. And then the other thing I would say is we have a procurement process. And I think the procurement process, from what I remember from the resolution, talks to buying things. And in a SaaS model, you're not actually buying it, you're licensing it, but you're still buying it. And I just want to make sure that we think about whether licensing a SaaS model would go through the same procurement process as actually purchasing a physical item, because these items are large dollar values, and going through those RFP processes, I think would be important, that they would be vetted through that process.
Anybody else have anything? Yes, ma'am. This lady, you'll be next.
I wanted to follow up on Julie's question in terms of the budget. It's not clear to me on the 2019 budget, is this higher than it should be because we're running antiquated equipment and the costs are therefore much higher? I understand the cost drivers for the 2020 budget, but actually if you add on the 413,000 to the 2019 budget, it would be 51,000 higher than is currently shown for the 2020 budget. So I'm looking for what is the budget trend going to look like? If we invest in all of this, will we be running more or less than the 660,000 that's in now? Does that make us more efficient and therefore cheaper going forward after the investment? Or will all the licensing and the maintenance of the new thing actually still keep us on a higher trend than we are now?
The costs, it will become stable. We won't have costs like, like how
Go to the cost line again.
Yeah, the costs, the budget will it becomes stable for the next couple of years.
Stable at 665,000 or stable somewhere else?
It'll stabilize between 664 and the 2020 budget that is there. There will be a point between those two that it will stabilize. So that is something, if the members are interested, we can show that trend, in a couple of months. But that range is going to be between the 2019 and 2020 budget. Yes, and then after that, it will stabilize because we would need, as you said, when we move things to the cloud, and then, as you said, this is a lot, and I'm the only person, we have to have an IT team. So if you want something to work better, and if you want something to be good, we have to invest. And so we have to invest in people, in resources, and skills. So that's why it may not be at the 664, because the 664 does not include any experienced or well-skilled resources, IT resources. So we have to expand in that area with one or two, at least two additional resources, to manage and maintain and keep all this sustainable. So that's why this budget will be between 2019 and 2020. And then it will stabilize for a long time, for a couple of years. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Will you come up
My name is Ann Warner.
and give us your name and address?
My name is Ann Warner. I'm a 20-year Reston resident. I live at 10907 Ronda Point Lane. I also am very experienced in the IT area. I've got my MBA from American University. I worked at Fannie Mae, Sprint, MCI WorldCom, and I've also been a contractor at Booz Allen. So just so I know what I'm talking about. I have a few questions. One being, since I'm a former project manager, I'm wondering, this is such an ambitious plan, what can the members expect in terms of updates as far as quarterly, monthly, weekly? I think weekly is a bit much, as well as metrics on efficiency. How is the efficiency of the processes improving? And also, are there going to be phasing out of the contractors, or what is the plan for that?
Very good questions.
Okay,
and I'm going to make a note of that, and we will provide you updates. So we can provide you monthly updates. I'm going to work with Hank to see what's the best kind of, metrics. I'm going to put some metrics together, in terms of, the progress, the number of projects, the project names, the progress, the status, the costs, the budget, and we can pull some metrics together for the members, and we can see, whether it has to be monthly, quarterly, and you'll see that progress. And I can pull together a project status.
Yeah, we used to use the stoplight protocol.
Yeah.
Red lights.
Makes sense, yeah. Makes perfect sense, yes, definitely. That can be done.
Ben, last question or comment?
So comment, just based on the last few comments and questions, I would challenge you to, on a regular basis, because one of the pillars of a well-architected framework is cost optimization. And the community is interested in that because it's their dollars. So I think that if you come in on a regular basis, either on a quarterly basis or publish a report on that great website
Definitely.
you're going to build, right? Where you show, that'll drive your value proposition as to how you have come in and made that change. And I think that'll be a good thing for you and the organization.
Definitely, I will make sure that, there is a progress report, project report on, what changes are happening in IT, what progress is being made, how we're spending this money. Definitely, the report will be out there. Okay, and I will definitely come here to these board meetings and present.
Thank you, ma'am. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move that we take a 10-minute break. Can I have a- Okay, turn off your microphones, please. Okay, we are back in session. We're going to, Aaron, I think you had some comments you wanted to make?
Sure, if you would indulge me.
Let's go ahead. Yes, please.
So I wanted to make a comment to address the opinions that have been expressed about the term limits for the Design Review Board. And some of the thinking and discussions that have gone on have been mostly focused on respecting decisions of previous boards. And the term limits were voted on and put in place. And what that will cause, and by no means is anyone dissatisfied with the current DRB. They're fantastic and they're doing a great job. And the way that our system is structured right now is you get 3 terms of 3 years and then you have to roll off. But there is no prohibition of coming back and rejoining the DRB. You just have to take a year off, which might be a welcome break for some people. And because there was no complete barring of people from serving on the DRB, in the discussions we've had, we found that we weren't going to find the votes to make a change because it was disrespecting previous board decisions. And so, and term limits tend to be a kind of a forcing function to help an organization break out of ruts. And so that was the main thinking in the various discussions that we had, that it wasn't an earth-shattering a bad thing. It was non-ideal, but without the historical reasons understood for why the limits were in there, we didn't have sufficient reasons to undo something other people that thought about it deeply may have done. So that was our main thinking on this point. We'll continue to consider it and things, and if somebody does feel strongly among the board and those sorts of things, we can have those. But I don't think anybody has got to that threshold yet.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thanks.
Okay, we're going to move right on to item H, which is the strategic plan.
Well, let me first just make a comment that we're very fortunate to have Claire. And I think before I was going to come up here and apologize for the website, now I'm going to come up and simply say, there's a lot of things we've discovered in a year, not quite a year, I've been here with Reston. And one of the issues has to do with IT and with the website. And I just want to assure everyone, there is no conspiracy. There is no lack of transparency. There has been a lack of investment and basically maintenance of our IT and our system and our website. So the challenges that you people have expressed that you've been having getting on it, we've had the same challenges of getting to it. So it is going to be fixed. We're fortunate to have a skilled professional in Clara. It's going to take some investment, and as she clearly stated, once that initial investment's made, we will bring the budget back down to where it's manageable, and we will keep you informed along the way. So let me go into the strategic plan. This process has been taking place for well over, I believe, 6 or 7 months. The process was discussed and agreed upon at the BGC, the Board Governance Committee. And the slide I'm showing you right now are just various components of the process that went through to do the research into what has led to the strategic plan. The first part was indeed looking at the 2016-2020 strategic plan, what had been accomplished, how it was put together, what the process looked like. We also then went through a series of studies and processes with the board and the senior team. They actually did a process where the board was asked to do an evaluation. There was a 21-question grading system about what they thought was working, what wasn't working, what needed to be done. There was opinions that they were asked to share about where the organization was and where they wanted it to go. Senior team was asked the same. One of the underlying things that kept coming out of that is that we need to look and continue to generate non-assessment revenue for the very reasons others have been talking about, which is we don't want assessments to keep going up, despite the fact that costs inevitably will. There was an in-depth SWOT analysis and what they call a TOES analysis that was also done by the board and by the senior team. That all was brought together into a process where we went through what's called a business canvas, and does this have a pointer on it? The upper deck right here shows all the questions that were asked during that process. That included board members and as well as staff. And this little photograph shows all the answers and the scoring that the board and the team graded it on. Finally, we then started the process with Brain Consultancy, and they also helped us look at the strategic roadmap. They did an enormous amount of surveying, and their presentation was provided publicly just a couple of weeks ago. The results of that were over 1,600 pieces of data that were given. Some have said that maybe they didn't think the survey was in-depth enough. The fact is, and here's the breakdown, 1,154 residents of Reston that are paying members contributed to this. That's a significant number of people giving information. Those are paying residents. 114 Reston residents who live here but are not members contributed to it. 294 non-Reston members contributed to it. I don't know how they got the information, but they took the survey. And then 73 non-Reston residents, but people who work in Reston, took the survey. If you add it all up, it comes to 1,635 data points that were all put in here. And in this plan, or this outline and research, indicated an enormous amount of information of what our community wants from us. That then was all digested. All this was put together and put into this plan. The goals were established based on all this information. The last time there was that this was presented, several of the board members pointed out that I had eliminated or not included certain things that were very important. For example, where do we come from? So it was added, and I think it's on page 3. The hard copy document. Again, we were having struggles getting it up online. Is our founder, Robert Simon's 1964 7 founding principles. So it's outlined in there where we came from. And there's a little bit more that goes into it. At the last meeting, I asked this group to address certain issues. The main issue, I'm going to look at this slide, my eyes aren't as good as they used to be. We asked them to, in their hearts, to decide where this organization is currently. Is it growing or is it declining? And some of the things that we suggest to ask are we an organization that's building momentum, or are we an organization running on inertia? Are we an organization where success comes from seeking calculated risk, or are we an organization where success comes from avoiding risk? Are we an organization where everything is permitted unless expressly forbidden, or are we an organization where everything is forbidden unless expressly permitted? Is the power in this organization with those who produce programs, products, and services that our members want, or are we an organization where power is with accounting and finance? Are we an organization where problems are viewed as opportunities, or are we an organization where opportunities are viewed as problems? And is management in control of the system, or is the system controlling management? I didn't comment on where we are. I asked everyone to think about where they see this organization. But I did comment that we are an aging organization. We're approaching our 60th decade. And when any organization gets to this point, there's a natural tendency to lead towards bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is not efficient. Bureaucracy doesn't see you grow. In fact, in many cases, bureaucracy sees you decline. So I said one of the things that we really need to think about was growth through collaboration with other organizations in our community. To embrace the use of teams, both teams of staff, teams of members, teams of other organizations. You need to empower the staff. The staff is not your enemy. You need to remove red tape, meaning things that are stopping us from moving forward and addressing some of the things that might be considered growth-related. We need to simplify systems, both internal operating and external things for our members. Because one of the feedback we got from that survey was a lot of our members said our systems don't work for them. We need to increase educational programs for both the staff and for our members. Another thing that document pointed out is a lot of our members think that we do things that we do not do. We have no control, for example, over sidewalks in Fairfax County. We have no control over the development that's going on in the center of this community that's tearing it apart, that everyone's upset about. We have no control over what the park authority does, and we are not in charge of RCC. But that document, the results we got, a lot of people think we are. So the things that they're angry about, they blame us for. The way to fix that is through education. And we need to introduce, which Clara did a wonderful job, and I feel so blessed to have her. She's taking stress off of me. Even though it's going to cost us money, she has clearly explained what our problems are. But we need to introduce new information technology and IT systems, because we're all frustrated by it. So that has gone into the thinking of putting the strategic plan together. And I'm not going to answer whether we're growing or declining. It's for you to decide. But I do have an opinion. So the other thing we did is, like in any strategic plan, you put together your pillars, those things that define what the plan is going to be centered on and what decisions are going to be made around. Those decisions are made around preservation-driven, community-inspired, and value-focused. If you go into the plan, you will see that we actually included verbiage around those, including what are specific things we need to do when it comes to preservation-driven. The one thing I will put down here, and I'm not going to go through all of this because we've done it before, but goal number 8 was suggested at the last meeting. We thought, there's many components of goal 8 we think are perfect, and we need to do them. So we added under preservation-driven, be actively engaged in the continuing land use development process in Reston. We need to be involved. The organization needs to be involved. But we also outlined the pillars upon which we're going to make decisions around what does community-inspired mean and what does value-focused mean. That all was put into the development of these goals and ultimately into the objectives and KPIs, which you all are seeing in this document. The other thing we said is that while we could expand, we're not going to go there. We're going to stay focused on our core. For the next 3 years, we're going to be focused on optimizing existing products, services, and programs for existing members and customers. We're going to fix the things that are broken. That's what we're trying to do. People, staff like Clara are going to help us get there. That's what this plan also in these goals state. We also said, okay, where are we going? Well, if you want to put that in a simple statement, collectively and individually, our staff, our board, and I would say all of us, are going to own every member's experience. You've heard me say before, 100% customer satisfaction. And I've had actually members email me and tell me, you can't achieve 100% customer satisfaction. And I just politely emailed them back, would you like me to go for 90%? I mean, really, would you like me to go for 90%? Because I would, because if you're going to aspire to 100% customer satisfaction, you may get 90%. You're never going to get 100%. But I'm not going to aspire for something that I wouldn't want, so I'm aspiring for 100% customer satisfaction. And what does that mean? We have to be at the forefront of our community's future. And that does include land use future. But it does include other things that people in this document, over 1,000 members, told us they want. So that has been written into the plan as well. So in the plan, many of you here have already seen the 7 goals. I'm not going to go through them. We don't need to spend the time doing it. You've had a chance to look at them. It's been going around for several months. The 8th goal was suggested. And we all agreed, and I agree with John, that the premise of this makes sense. But I don't think we necessarily need a separate goal. What I think we need is to add some things to some of our existing goals. And that's what we've done in goal number 3 and goal number 4. Reston Association plays a key leadership role by remaining at the forefront of our community's current and future land use development processes. The first objective under goal number 3. The KPI RA initiates members and community meetings to identify, educate, and/or strategize on Reston land use issues. The first key result under that. Under number 4, RA will actively engage in a continuous land use development process in Reston, meaning we don't need to want to sit back and just let it happen. We have to be actively engaged in it at all levels. We all may not agree, but we have to be engaged. And I don't know if we've been truly actively engaged as an organization. Then he goes down, well, there was one other. It was made clear to me, and again, I appreciate John because he helped me so much kind of wordsmithing things. We wanted to clarify this one that's been highlighted. Improve existing facilities and amenities, and new ones as warranted by members' needs and interests and by financial sustainability. So anything else we're talking about adding is going to be something that the members have told us they want. Not everybody's going to want it. That's the point. Not everybody's going to want it, but the plan does say certain things that people do want. But for the land use piece, RA will provide community leadership and strong partnerships in a revision of the Reston Master Plan and Planned Residential Community Ordinance. It's one of the key objectives for goal number 4. And what will success look like? RA leaders schedule regular land use information and, when necessary, coordination meetings with the RA community, RA's leadership, with full board approval, engages key members and/or select community influencers when land use strategy coordination is deemed appropriate, necessary, in the membership's interests. The board has to tell us to do it because we have to follow rules, and that's what we do, and that's what this plan is trying to establish. So, and then it goes into goal 5, 6, and 7. So in a nutshell, this plan says, where did we come from? Who are we? And where do we want to go in the next 3 years? I think it's a good plan. Not a great plan, it's a very good plan. It's not 100%, but it's 90%, even though we strive to make it 100%. We have time limits, and we have things to get done. So, Madam Chair, I'm done with my presentation, and I would encourage you all to approve the plan as presented.
How's your heart rate?
No one likes to be falsely accused of things.
Julie?
I would like to move to approve the 2020-2022 strategic plan as presented. I will make a note that what was presented, and you might have it as a hard copy, there was one change which Hank referred to that John and I caught on the amenities thing. So, but he did address that. So I'd like to make that motion, and then I have some comments if it's seconded.
I will second the motion.
Thank you.
Discussion.
I would like to make some comments as well. And I wrote a number of things as I was sitting here thinking about why you all were making the comments, and I want to commend Hank because now I don't have to say as much, because he certainly pointed out so many things in this document that, in my mind, preserve, protect, enhance our community is part and parcel. It's in our DNA to preserve what Reston is and what it means to us. And that does mean to have an active interest and active participation in what's going on in the county and with our community leaders. I certainly am quite pleased that in our plan we address the fact that we have kind of not had some of the resources that we wanted to in terms of staff on land use issues, whether they be contracted attorneys or in-house land use support. So I'm glad to see that that's something that's being incorporated back into it all. The work on this strategic plan, in my mind, was more comprehensive than what I've experienced on the previous one, and I was here for the previous one. And this one has this, I can never say this word, specificity. There you go, that word. That the previous one didn't. The previous one, yes, it had high-level, goals, and very little in terms of details and the plan on how we're going to measure it and evaluate what we're doing and what we expect of each other in terms of both the community, our board, our members. And so to me, it's more transparent, more communications than we had before. It attempts to answer the who, what, where, how, why, those 5 questions that we seek to have as part of how we perform it and take action on a plan. It's certainly not perfect. If we could spend another year, we'd probably have a lovely, document. But perhaps, the pendulum has swung a little bit too far, but to me, it's a better document. We hired Hank. He's an experienced nonprofit CEO. He's been here a year come January 2nd. And he's bringing his perspective to us. We sought to grow as an organization, to move from kind of a small organization, a small business, into more of a medium size. Through the Stone Turn activity, we brought improvements in business operations and processes and procedures. And I'm seeing even more of those. Government or homeowners association moves slowly. It's hard. We have changeovers in our board every year, so it's hard to keep that momentum going. But I ask for my fellow directors' support of this plan to get us going in 2020, to really move the ball forward. And I'm excited about at least where we are in this. There's my discussion.
John?
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to explain, I want to begin with Hank's saying that while this is not a perfect plan, it's a good plan. And that is why I support it and seconded it. And I want to talk about 4 things that have made it, that have made damn sure we didn't have time to get everything perfect. One is Hank came in as a new CEO on January 2nd of this year, and rapidly faced, among other things, the need for a strategic plan because the old one was at its term, nearing its term. We had, the board had laid upon him the responsibility of doing a compensation study. We had the biennial budget. We had the reserve study, the 5-year reserve study. We had the community survey, the branding study. We had to fill vacant staff positions. We lost 20 staff members last year. And we had a major crisis that we had to deal with, and that was the under-resourced DRB. So all of this was happening at the same time. And everybody was running double time all the time. So we didn't have the leisure, either as a board. I mean, we did a lot of work as a board on the comprehensive, or the strategic plan, but we didn't have the opportunity to weave in more contact with the community, and that's a fact. But again, the time limits and the workload led to that. The second point I would make is that we felt ready when we were hiring our CEO to move into a more entrepreneurial phase. The second purpose of the Reston Association in our deed lists, 5 purposes. And the second one was that for the benefits of the member to acquire, own, sell, mortgage, convey, encumber, and lease property, real or personal, and to improve, administer, and maintain such property in neat and good order. And it goes on to say that this, part of this is to make recreational facilities available to the membership. And we felt that we needed to look at improving our facilities and our programs. And we hired someone who had an entrepreneurial background. So we have moved knowingly into an entrepreneurial phase. Entrepreneurial phases always have unavoidable messiness. And that it's by definition, entrepreneurial means taking risk. And so we are taking some risks. We believe that they are well-bounded, they are reasonably bounded risks, which we will continue to review with the CEO as when we begin to implement certain things, but it is an entrepreneurial phase. And one of the reasons is to, yes, raise non-assessment revenue, but another is to make our services vital and attractive to our members. The third thing I would say is, and I take a personal responsibility for much of the disappointment on this, is that concerning the land use issue specifically. I, perhaps more than most board members, have been very involved in land use and transportation issues. And anyone who doesn't know my passion and concern about that has not looked at any meetings. And I identified this, I identified a lacking goal too late in the process for it to be processed by the board. That's a fact. And I greatly appreciate the way Hank has tried to recover and incorporate many of the issues that I and that some of the members here have seen as important. Would I have preferred a self-standing goal 8? Yes. But I feel that substantially the key elements that I'm concerned about found their way into the revised goal 3 and 4. And finally, I would say that strategic plans are only as good as its implementation and its monitoring. So however it's arrayed, whether it's under one, to use land use again, whether it's arrayed under one goal or whether it's located in several goals, what matters is how we monitor and how we implement it and monitor that implementation. And I personally, and I know Hank and my board colleagues are committed to monitoring not just land use, but other issues. We're a complicated creature. I like to call us a duck-billed platypus. Legally, we are a simple nonprofit homeowners association. But in fact, because of our size, 60,000 souls, because we have our very own zoning ordinance, which has peculiarities found nowhere else in the Fairfax County zoning ordinance. We have our special zoning district, planned residential community. Because of that, and also because we are like a local government, and people frequently have local government expectations of us, understandable, though we do not have the full power of local government. And finally, to complete the platypus, we have some business aspects. We rent space, we run programs. So we're a complex thing. We're a complex entity, as I say, a duck-billed platypus. And so that makes it all more challenging. So I believe that, and we have discussed, I will say, specific things, some of which that you, Tammy, have brought up about the need for reconvening, and you and I have talked about this, reconvening our regular land use coordination meetings. We need that. And we have discussed that internally. It's not at the level of display that you see in the document today, but those things have been discussed. And again, I see that as part of the monitoring and implementation of the goals that we have. So that's why, going back to what Hank said, this is a good plan. In fact, it's a bit of a miracle plan given all of the other things we've been doing this year. Not perfect, but again, it's our diligence in implementing and monitoring it and fine-tuning it that will make hay off. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Doug?
Yeah, I'd like to make a few comments too. I guess I was a little put off by the presentation by the Brand Consultancy when they gave the public meeting, because I felt there was a little bit too much marketing jargon. And a lot of what they said and the way they presented it, I could see them doing when they're selling themselves to be our contractor. I didn't think it was appropriate for a final presentation. With that said, however, there are some things that I also feel are very positive that came out of it. First of all, I've done a lot of surveys in my career, and 1,600 out of our population is a good return. 2% is pretty much the average you get on a survey. So I think we got a reasonable investment in what people are really thinking. I allowed Hank for including Robert Simon's 7 principles in the final strategic plan. I think it was important, and I like to see that it was put up front. A plan is not good if there's no accountability. KPIs were an important part of the plan. And we just heard some of the things that make a strategic plan workable. I'll add another very important ingredient. It can't succeed without a champion who is passionate. And Hank is definitely passionate about this. A plan that's just a plan, no matter how well written, is not going to go anywhere unless it has a caretaker and a pusher. So it's another plus. I too, like Director Mooney, feel that a goal 8 would have been good, but I agree that the important parts of what is in goal 8 is embedded in the plan. In my personal opinion, goal 8 really determines the future character of this community, so it has to be a major part of it. And I will also mention that with respect to land use and related issues, might be speaking a little out of turn here, but the Environmental Advisory Committee that I also sit on, and Erwin is in our audience, has created a redevelopment working group for 2020. So we're going to look at those issues and bring what we see as a concern and a solution to the board as well. So I think it's going to be highlighted. So I will push my support for the strategic plan.
Ben?
Let me keep things in scope and ask the board to focus on goal 1, item E. Okay, goal 1 is RA wanting to increase non-assessment income, and the KPI item number E is net return on new programs and initiatives will meet our plans. I ask the board to focus on that and consider striking that off from today's strategic focus and goals, and here's why. Let me remind the board then, when we talked about non-assessment revenue, which was from the time when we were adopting a strategy to hire a CEO, non-assessment revenue was always about corporate sponsorships and proffers. Nobody was thinking about any of these new programs. There were some ideas that were floated around as potential and considered not less than 2 months ago. But now it has made it to the budget. So there are elements of goal 1, KPI item E about new programs and initiatives that are already in the budget. And I think at this point, it's not just a risk, but it's an issue. It's an issue because there are elements of this item about new programs that are clearly not well defined. And you don't have to take my word for it. Just last night in the fiscal committee meeting, there was ample amount of confusion even about what a new program meant. There were examples given about what I would classify as operations, leave alone revenue generating or being revenue neutral. It was just another service. And I don't think that belongs in new programs. Let me tell you, the comments that I'm making is not directed at somebody personally. And I think that the staff does a great job, but the reason why we have members, why we have board, why we have the staff is for checks and balances. And nobody should take that personally, it's just business. This organization has a history, and every organization from history, there is a lessons learned aspect of it. And we just cannot abandon those lessons learned aspect for a new spirit or a new direction that we think we want to go. There's one thing that I hear about board governing versus managing board. I understand that, but I think checks and balances are important, and that's why we have the structure. I actually I've said this before, I want to forbid anybody within a nonprofit organization using the word entrepreneurial spirit or entrepreneurial work or initiatives. Maybe that's why it was mentioned plenty of times today. But let me remind you, we are a nonprofit, and there's nothing entrepreneurial about anything until you put your own money in it. And this is not your own money, this is other people's money. So the word entrepreneurial should not be really used in this context, because when we thought about this goal and this KPI, it was always about corporate sponsorship and corporate profits. I think you should respect the fact that the fiscal committee had a lot of concerns about the definition of new programs or the role that they would be playing in reviewing new programs. And I think you should respect that, because let me give you examples. MTAC made a presentation today, we unanimously accepted that. Similarly, Razor EAC is going to make a presentation. I doubt anybody's going to challenge anything over there. So why not give the fiscal committee the same amount of respect? They poked dozens of holes into the current way Resolution 14 is written about, which now says new programs, initiatives, events, and services, which is everything over there. I said in the last meeting that the biggest threat to Reston Association at this point I see is lack of membership participation. And I said it, and I see an additional 10 members show up. So maybe if I say it again, next meeting, additional members will show up. But I think that some of the members and the leadership within the community has spoken about their concern about new programs as well. Some of these effects that we have from new programs could be felt for many, many years to come. And we won't even know about money pits. We won't know about how we are bleeding. And I think we should be very careful about new programs and initiatives. And therefore, I ask for an amendment to the motion made by striking goal 1, item E, net new return on programs and initiatives will meet our plans. And strike that and table that and perhaps even amend this at a later date, because this can be amended. It's a motion. We can amend our motion at a later time once we have more definition around it, once we're satisfied with the controls that we put in it, and we think we understand the scope of what new programs means, then we include it back. But I ask that the board consider that, because I think right now the board does not have the answers to many of the questions that were raised as concerns. So therefore, that would be what I would ask for.
Is there a second?
I'd like a clarification. So you're talking then specifically about the second objective?
Goal 1, item E, goal 1 is about.
I'm sorry.
Goal 1 is about increasing non-assessment revenue.
Okay.
And there are many
I'm sorry.
KPIs, which
Okay.
talks about corporate sponsorships, covenants department, et cetera. But the one key item is E, which talks about net return on new programs and initiatives will meet our plans. And I'm asking for the board to consider tabling that and therefore allowing the rest of the document to go by so that we can get started on this, but to not make that as part of our strategic focus or goals. Because if you can't define a goal, how are you going to achieve it?
So has it been seconded?
No.
I will second it for purposes of discussion.
I know we have to vote on his motion.
No, I'm trying to understand clearly for the record. Are you looking to strike out or table it? Because a motion to
Whatever is the path of least resistance, council. Just strike it out and pass the rest of the document, or I'm not asking for the document to be held back, because there's been a lot of work put by everybody, and I want to focus on just this one item, and whichever you think is easier, strike it out, and I think strike it out and pass the rest of the document and talk about it at a later date when we have more definition around this goal and how to achieve it, and then make it part of the goal. There are elements of this goal that are already in the budget that we cannot do anything about, but at least we won't have it in our in our strategic goals.
Or
So-
to strike it out.
So your motion is to strike it out.
That's right.
And I second for
And you've
purposes of
seconded.
discussion.
Julie?
Okay, I am not in favor of Ben's motion. And my reason is, we are working on creating, I think it's resolution number 14, board governance, which you're part of. We're looking at that. It came out of discussions and all back in, I think it was December 2018. We all didn't realize that action had not been taken on that. It's been brought to BGC. So we are looking at a resolution that addresses how do we look at new programs, new services, new initiatives that does involve an evaluation of the cost benefits that looks to fiscal to help take a second look at it, finding out where might we have missed some things in terms of risk. And I think that process actually will support item goal 1E of net return on new programs and initiatives will meet our plans. The board is new plans and initiatives don't just happen and magically appear by themselves. The board has to approve them. We have to say, yes, let's take some of the money in our budget and either divert it, put it there, add whatever. So I don't understand what the value is of removing a key performance indicator, which actually says the net return will meet our plans. Why would I want to take that out? Seriously, I'm trying to understand what the value I get from taking that out when I want more eyes on new programs and initiatives.
I think I'm following where Director Bitzer's going. The KPIs I see as more of measuring sticks and not authorizations. And I think by striking out E, we would lose the ability to measure, but we would not prevent new programs and initiatives from going forward. Because it is a performance indicator rather than an authorization to accomplish. So Director Iyer, I don't think striking it will accomplish what you're trying to accomplish, but will actually blind us to tracking what you're concerned about.
You said it better than I did.
Just on a related subject, I did a quick, I might have missed it, but I went through the report twice, and entrepreneurial is not in the strategic plan anyway.
It's his words.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I just want one follow-up. There's nothing stopping from new programs to come up, but right now there's no definition around what a new program is. That the fiscal committee, which is an entity that has been asked to review and play the gate review role within this process, does not understand the definition of a new program. I think the reason why I think this is significant to take it out of a strategic goal is because every time a new program is spoken about during these meetings, it's always annotated, it's always given a context about how the board has asked the CEO and the organization to increase non-assessment revenue. And again, I want to go back to asking the board to think about, introspect, and remember and think about when we talked about non-assessment revenue, it was never about anything else but coming from corporate sponsorships and proffers. But every time there has been any talk about new programs, it has been linked to the fact that the board has asked the staff to focus on non-assessment revenue from new programs, but that was not the intention when we asked for non-assessment revenue. And therefore, I think it is significant that it not be in this document, because then it cannot be tied to strategic plan that we are committing to as an organization.
Okay, so let me say, first of all, I was not getting the information I wanted from the fiscal committee, even though I have a treasurer and a board member on that committee. So I started attending those meetings in July. So I've been really aware of what goes on and the, what's the word I'm looking for? The misunderstandings or whatever. Unfortunately, I had to leave last night. But there's over $200,000 in our budget for corporate sponsorships. So we didn't ignore the corporate sponsorships. You agree, right? That is in there.
That's good, if it's there. Yeah, that's
So, and we
non-work
have,
stuff, that's good. Yeah.
and we have someone who is on board to be developing relationships so that we can get those sponsorships,
Oh, that's even
sponsorship
better.
monies. We have talked ad infinitum, in my mind, about all kinds of ideas to generate revenues. You know, I would love it if we could take dues down to zero. You know how you do that? You turn all your parks to the park authority. You turn your trails over to the park authority. You can get it down to zero. Well, maybe not zero. All you have is covenants. You could reduce it, but we have things, and in order to preserve our amenities, we hear from the membership, not raise the dues, not raise the dues, only raise it a little bit. What are you looking at for cost cutting? You know, we could go, instead of plowing at 4 inches, well, to start plowing at 4 inches, you gotta start someplace when it's 2 inches. There are communities in Northern Virginia, they don't plow at all. That would cut costs. So there are all kinds of ways we can do that. I'm gonna vote against your motion, your amendment. And I would hope that I'll continue going to fiscal and we'll be able to come to more alignment if that's what's required. Yes, Tammy?
How many board members are liaising with Small Tax District Number 5, RCC? How many?
Actually, we're starting that in January.
You're starting that. But what I'm telling you is the community pays Reston Association dues, and I'm not one to think that we don't get good value from Reston Association. What I'm saying is this community also pays 4.7 cents on real estate to support that organization that is supposed to run programs. RA is an HOA. This idea that you're going to now spring into taking over their bailiwick, what happened with the senior committee? RCC should be doing that. They weren't, they shunted it over here, you took it out, and then all of a sudden, our senior committee, and I don't know the background on that, is no longer a committee. We have a problem in that there are silos and non-communication. That board is sitting fat and happy with millions of dollars. They paid $6 million to restore a small footprint pool space. $6 million. That's a huge amount of money. And they have money that they've gotten from us. In fact, they're so flush, they're thinking that they want us also to fund a giant performing arts center. Guys, the programs belong at RCC, not at RA. You can have things that support aquatics, tennis, pickleball, things we already have. If there's new technology that comes along and there's a sport or something that we can use our amenities in a different way, I don't have a problem with that. But what I do have a problem with is Reston residents being tagged twice for programs, all well-intended. I do not think anybody at RA is evil or not aware, but this is a situation that I don't see anybody looking at, how you are integrating or thinking about. Do you even know what they're thinking? You know, I don't go to a lot of their meetings. So I can't give you the 411 there. But there should be somebody from RA at every single board meeting, getting the skinny on what they're doing. And even if it's a staff person. But I think it's a duplicative thing. So thank you. Please consider Ben. I think he's got it right, and I think the fiscal committee needs the respect that the other committees get. Thank you.
Are there any other comments, discussion on Ben's amendment? Julie, do you have something?
I think we're getting hung up on the word program. And what does that mean? That a little bit to Ben saying, well, I don't know what that means. And I would say that we have been striving to get out of the things that RCC is doing and that we're paying our dollars as a member of small tax district in. And it's my goal to continue to eliminate that duplication. But I also think that programs are an appropriate term for things that we use our amenities and facilities for. RCC doesn't have, small tax district does not have any lakes. We have lakes. So if we wish to offer our members a program that involves lakes, then I think that's an appropriate use and term. And a resolution 14, involvement of fiscal, the fact that Hank will be vetting any programs by his people as to whether or not they will pass the muster on interest, viability, meeting net return, will meet our plans. That's it, sorry. I shouldn't have had caffeine for it.
This is your last time, Jennifer.
I agree with you, Aaron. But if we can't measure a KPI if we don't know what a program is, so you can't measure it at all in the plan. So until you guys can measure it, then I don't think that it makes sense. But I want to comment back to something John said, and it goes back to my original comments, is I understand that you guys had a lot going on and maybe you didn't have time to involve the public. But maybe consider, I mean, this is a 2-year plan we're looking at. I mean, can we do an initiative next year to get this member feedback, to see if you got it right and maybe alter or make amendments to the plan? Because we don't want to be stuck with a 2-year plan when we don't feel like we had that member input.
Okay, I'm going to call, what do I say, call the amendment, I guess?
Call question
Call the
on the
question.
amendment.
Are we allowed to just vote present, like happened yesterday? All in favor? All opposed? Motion fails. Back to the original motion. Aaron?
Could we pull up the slide with goal 4? Just with that highlight, I didn't know if my hard copy's up to date with the change that's made. Thank you.
This one.
Yeah, in the yellow. Okay.
That was a little wordsmithing done in the last week.
So there are actually 2 highlighted. The first bullet is faintly highlighted.
It was the yellow that I was looking for clarification on.
So your hard copy does have that.
Okay, yes, okay. Thank you.
Okay, is there any more discussion? All in favor of approving the plan for Julie's motion? Ayes. Any noes?
No.
Any abstentions? Motion carries. Director Britt, you're on stage.
Larry, are you in control?
Christine's getting back away.
Next slide. Next one. Okay, thanks. All right.
The clicker should work right there.
All right. And I'm presenting the climate change implications for Reston, Virginia report. It was prepared by the Climate Change Working Group of the Environmental Advisory Committee. As background, the report, we identified what are the major concerns for global climate, so I'm only going to give a few highlights here. This slide shows the major greenhouse gas concentrations that are of concern: carbon dioxide and methane and nitrous oxides. And it's the CO2 that we're most concerned with because of its residence time in the atmosphere, which goes from 100 to 10,000 years. On the right, you see the relationship between temperature, global temperatures, and CO2 concentrations since CO2 concentrations were first measured. And the curves line up quite nicely. So the potential global impacts from climate change involve impacts to human health, impacts of more extreme weather events, threats to food supply and global security, threats to water supply, coastal inundation, energy systems, transportation impacts, and impacts to freshwater, terrestrial, and marine ecosystems worldwide. Well, what do we know about Reston's vulnerabilities? And that was the focus of this report. To do that, we analyzed multiple data sources relevant to our community. And when we couldn't find Reston-specific data, we used other relatable data sources from the county, from Dulles Airport, from Washington metropolitan area. And if those all failed, we used Commonwealth of Virginia statewide data. Overall, it says 105 references were cited. We actually added a 106th one for this final report. And what we found was Reston's existing conditions and trends show that, yes, we as a community are already being affected by climate change. We're experiencing a long-term warming trend with the past 5 years among the hottest on record. We probably added a little over a week of weather days over 90 degrees since the 1970s. We have an increasing frequency of extreme weather events in Virginia. There's a lot more winter rain, but less snowfall. We have increased disease danger days for vector-borne diseases, and by that, we calculated the temperature range for which the mosquitoes that are most problematic for spreading diseases like Zika and other human pathogens, and found that those disease days have increased by 29 during the year since 1970 for our area. There's accelerated plant blooming and fruiting seasons. For instance, the cherry trees in Washington Tidal Basin now bloom over a week earlier, and by mid-century it'll be a month earlier. We have earlier bird migrations here, and we have a decade-long reduction on the good side of greenhouse gas emissions in the county, but that's driven primarily by Dominion Energy converting coal-fired power plants to cleaner fuels. So the cherry picking is almost done there, and we probably won't see that continue. And with that, the county is unlikely to meet its 2020 greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. All right. So we looked at the future. That's what we know about existing conditions. In the future, we looked at models, the most current models on climate change. And this shows that both at worst case and high emission rates continuing and low emission rates show that the temperature continues to increase through mid-century and longer. And but what that really means for us is that today our hottest summers are going to feel like our future coldest, and our warmest winters are going to feel like our future's coldest. We also are expecting from the modeling a lot more precipitation. This shows that Virginia's right at that boundary between the 74% increase in New England and the 27% increase in the southeast. So kind of to summarize the future impacts for Reston based on what we found in the 106 documents we looked at is that precipitation is anticipated to increase through mid-21st century. We'll have less frequent rainstorms in the summer, but they will be more intense and they'll last longer. There's going to be more severe thunderstorms, flash floods, heat waves, and that will increase the likelihood of summer power outages. We'll have an increased number of disease danger days from mosquito and tick-borne diseases, a higher risk of heat exhaustion, heat stroke, cardiac, and respiratory impairments. A greater challenge to meet the federal ambient air quality standard for ozone. It's the only federal standard which we now exceed, and we were making good progress to get back into compliance, but this will make it a little bit more difficult. We'll exacerbate the current stormwater management issues, which are already one of the most serious problems environmentally facing Reston. There'll be a more frequent need to dredge our lakes and restore vulnerable streams. There'll be an increased threat of hazardous algal blooms in our lakes and ponds, and changes in the structure of Reston's urban forests and our resident and migratory wildlife will take place, primarily where we would expect a decline in the northern species found here, which are at the southern end of their normal ranges, with some going totally extinct by mid-century. We'll have some southern species that may make it a more northward home here in Virginia. There'll be winners and losers, but the complex cascading effects in ecosystems makes it really hard to predict with any certainty. And there will be accelerated degradation of flexible pavements and other outdoor infrastructure. So based on those findings, we came up with 11 recommendations. What I like to do to conclude the report is to actually read the final recommendations. We met with Larry Butler and Erwin Fleischman from the Environmental Advisory Committee, myself, and Claudia Deal Thompson. Looked at the wording of the original recommendations and modified a few of them to make sure that they were doable from the standpoint of Reston Association. It fell within our mission and our authority. So I'm going to read the entire, not the short phrase up here, just so you know exactly the details of the 11. First, increase Reston's ability to capture and sequester more carbon by increasing the percentage of existing tree cover. Currently, that's about 50% in Reston by mid-century. The RA natural area staff should develop site selection criteria for new plantings and then calculate a new mid-century tree cover target based on those criteria. RA should consider how it may work with private residents, schools, and business owners to encourage them to add trees. And the new planting should be native Virginia species, having a high likelihood of survival under a changing climate. 2, review available aerial and/or satellite imagery to identify areas in Reston that may be particularly vulnerable to extreme heat events and urban heat island effects because they have large areas of impervious pavement and buildings and have minimal green space, and encourage expanding green space, tree plantings, and use of pervious pavements in such areas to the extent practicable. 3, consider climate change consequences when formulating new policies, planning new projects, including outdoor facilities such as athletic fields, and purchasing, or leasing new equipment and materials. This should include life cycle cost-benefit analyses of replacing fossil fuel-based vehicles with electric vehicles. 4, advocate for more electric vehicle charging stations, especially in redevelopment projects, to exceed the current county requirement for level 2 charging stations of 2% of the parking places. Next, continue to encourage and to promote alternative transportation systems to minimize the use of personal gasoline-powered vehicles. Promote renewable energy alternatives to fossil fuel generation and consumption whenever and wherever practical. Take into consideration when budgeting for reserve funds and regular maintenance expenses that our historic rates of repair, replacement, and retirement of Reston Association infrastructure, such as swimming pools, tennis courts, walking paths, and parking lots, etc., and lake dredging frequencies are not likely to prevail in the future, owing to the accelerated
weather-related degradation, and stormwater runoff, respectively. And the final 4, identify RA properties and assets in or immediately adjacent to presently demarcated flood zones, and identify those considered to be at most risk to future flooding from more frequent and intense precipitation events. Determine what, if any, actions should be taken to prevent, mitigate, or offset such flooding. Encourage developers to plan beyond presently required stormwater management rules, which is the 2-year, 24-hour rainfall event, to retain greater quantities of stormwater on their properties, and to avoid presently inadequate stormwater drainage facilities and the consequential flooding. Promote the use of vegetative roofing and other stormwater retention mechanisms in redevelopment projects to reduce stormwater flow from the property and to enhance retention capacity beyond the present county requirements, again, the 2-year, 24-hour standard. And finally, consider establishing an alliance or network to share policies and lessons learned with other communities that are developing and or implementing climate change resiliency and adaptation plans. For example, Charlottesville, Norfolk, Washington, D.C., Arlington City, and Arlington County have all established such plans. So with that, I would request that the board consider approving this report so that it could be published, put on the website and the new website, and
Are you
made
making a
available to
motion?
all the stakeholders in the community.
Are you making a motion? Are you making a motion?
I will make the motion.
I'll second it. I have a question. So we're a biophilic city now. Is there a term limit, so to speak, on that? Or must we do some of the things that are being recommended here to maintain that designation? How does that work in conjunction with this?
When we applied for the membership in the community, we had to identify a minimum of 5 metrics that the Reston Association would collect and provide on an annual basis. All of those we have done, and all of those were metric collecting activities that Reston Association was already doing anyway. So as long as we keep doing that, we're good.
Julie?
Is there like a bronze, silver, gold status in that?
Not yet.
Not yet? So we can't say, hey, we're at bronze and we'd like to become one level greater in the biophilic?
No.
Oh, wait a minute, he needs, I seconded it, right? So we're good, okay, sorry.
Has the committee or staff put any nominal dollars towards some of these recommendations of what it might involve for us to take action on the recommendations?
Not at this time.
We have not, one of the things when Claudia and I met with Erwin and Doug, one of the things one of the reasons we wanted to do that is to look at things either we're already doing, services we're already providing, we could enhance, at least in small incremental ways, tree planting. We already do that, but we can do that more intentionally to really increase the canopy. So we looked at those recommendations kind of with that eye, but we did not go through and dollar cost everything.
Well, just taking trees for a moment, I know we have policies with regard to taking down trees. I think part of helping our members understand why they might not wish to take down a tree unless it's a danger to their home or property might be to better understand how that their tree is contributing towards us being a biophilic and maintaining what we can.
Well, I personally envision a lot of education activities associated with this, and one of the ones I'm excited about trying to get off the ground is exactly that. There are now formulas for calculating just how much capture a tree does of carbon, how much it stores, how much it assimilates, and other ecological benefits it provides in oxygen production and runoff retainment and retention and those kinds of things.
So I would love to see, and I think very doable, to get a calculation estimate of how many trees are in Reston and what the value of those trees are to our community in terms of stormwater management, in terms of carbon sequestration, all of those things. You can put a number on it. Arlington has already done that. It's in the billions of dollars. And to get that out to show people how much these are contributing to otherwise our pocketbook. And I'd like to see a whole series of those kinds of educational things come out of this. One thing, I had one more slide that I meant to put up, so it's up right now. It just shows some of the other initiatives related to this that are going on in the county right now. So the greenhouse gas emission reductions are now mentioned in the Fairfax County Environmental Vision Statement that was revised 2 years ago. The county is now developing a community-wide energy and climate action plan, and I've been appointed as the Hunter Wood District to that. They're creating an energy and climate task force. They're embarking on a street lighting LED retrofit program for the whole county. Participating in a resilient critical infrastructure, a roadmap for Northern Virginia initiative. They promoted the Solarized Fairfax County program beginning 2 years ago. And then they just established a few months ago a joint environmental task force to focus on the intersection of climate change, energy efficiency, and environmental issues in the county. So Fairfax is now starting to get on board and taking this seriously, as some of the other areas have. And I like to see Reston being progressive, being at the forefront of this, for not just the county, but the state.
Tom, did you have a question?
I did. The stormwater runoff, since the lakes are such an important part of Reston, with the new developers, we're looking at trying to ask them or hope that they'll do something. Is there any way that we can put some teeth into it with them and with also current development that's here? And is there anything with Fairfax County that they would assist us in that process?
Well, that's a good question about how well the county will. We've got a new board of supervisors. Right. We've got all these new things that they're at least trying to do. So I'm hoping that the door will open up and that they'll be more receptive to working with communities like Reston and forcing developers to go a little bit further than they have in the past. I don't know if you're hearing anything at all.
I would agree. Fairfax County has lagged. I mean, when you, Washington DC, you know, our neighbor essentially, I think has the highest percentage of green roofs in the country now, or very close to it. Fairfax County has virtually no policy on green roofs. They don't enforce it. The staff doesn't encourage the development community, and those are meetings that we're not even privy to. So this is the the county review panel saying, hey, we think you should do this. It was frankly Campus Commons. They increased their green roof only because of the pressure of the Planning and Zoning Committee primarily. So we have a long way to go. I think that, as Doug said, the fact that Fairfax County is now sort of recognizing they get a little behind the 8 ball will help.
Okay.
And so hopefully efforts like this at the community level will help push them.
John?
I would just like, Madam President, to say with Doug, our colleague, obviously in the room, and with Erwin here, and to Sue, express my admiration and gratitude and astonishment, actually, at the quality of the RACER report. And to thank you, because climate change can seem, it is so vast and so complicated that it can paralyze you in despair. And what you've done, you all, is make it intelligible at a very local level and give us things that we can do. So I thank you and admire you for that.
Okay, so we have Tammy?
To answer the question about the Reston, and I salute Doug, this is an amazing, phenomenal report, but there's more good news. John Carter has been working to certify, and I think it's even in the comp plan, that Reston is a green neighborhood. And that incorporates a lot of what is in your report in addition to more. And Larry's right, RPZ is pushing like crazy for green roofs, also known as purple roofs, which are better than green roofs. So if there's any way you can add green neighborhoods to your report, it would be fabulous, because John is pushing that in the planning commission all over the county. Jeff McKay has made environmental climate change his #1 issue. There are activists, eco warriors, if you will, across all 9 magisterial districts that are organizing to put pressure on areas like TSAs where we have no real power, but we can get power because climate change is on everybody's front lobe. So it's a fabulous report, and thank you. And green neighborhoods, I think, are already in our comp plan. If you're gonna pass this tonight, leave a squeak room to add it after you check to be sure it's there. But John Carter was talking about this with CBR last night, so thank you.
So Doug, do you have any squishy little room?
You certainly can find it, absolutely.
I'm going to call the question. Yes, ma'am.
I'd also mention that the now 106 references, so I have to add that reference in the final version as well. And by the way, for anybody interested, the vast majority of those 106 references in the back are hyperlinked to the actual reference. So if people want to see the actual scientific report that it came out of, just click it and it'll take you to it.
I think I have a comment here.
So a very quick question. I know.
Name and address, please.
Sarah. I belong to both. I was telling Julie I belong to South Lakes
We need
and I
your
work
whole
at
name
Lake
and your
Ann.
whole address.
2118 Greenwatch Way, Reston, Virginia. Is that good?
Full name,
As
please.
long as Christina's got what
Sorry?
you need.
Your full name, please.
Sarah D'Souza. Okay. You're talking a lot about developers and new buildings that are coming up. How about existing ones? So I am part of Lake Ann, and I do own a condo at Lake Ann. We're going through tremendous change. I don't know how much you're aware of. But we have a new board that's voted in. We're looking at new developments. Some little changes, like we have a fountain there that's super popular. And we could be doing gray water harvesting. We could be taking water from the lake. Instead, we pay for water. And where does it go? It goes back into the lake. So can
Somebody
we?
takes water from that lake, rest assured.
The water that comes from the lake does the HVAC, which is called RELAC. But
It
the
also goes to
fountain-
Hidden Creek.
Correct, but it doesn't do anything for the fountain, which is something very basic, small changes that could be implemented. We actually met with someone today to do a green living wall for our facade. But those sort of initiatives for a cluster or a small condo are cost prohibitive. So if there's any room to consider aging infrastructure and getting them up to date, I think that'll be a huge benefit for all of us. And don't just focus on the new developers, think about the buildings that are aging. Like Hank said, it's an aging neighborhood. We've been around 60 years. Lake Ann, I think, was the first, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you, Doug. And thank you guys really for all your hard work.
Thank you. All right, one more.
We can lead Fairfax County in this arena.
Now, to remind everybody that the Reston Annual State of the Environment Report, known as RACER, in the last year, we decided that the full report would be updated every other year, not every year in terms of the text, but we would issue an annual report card every year on what progress has been made towards the recommendations. So,
Yes, it's the,
there we go. So this will be brief. But the 2019 recommendations report card, I'll give you the summary first. There's been 72 total recommendations made in the RACER reports since the first one was issued in 2017. 11 of those, 61 came from the first report, 11 from the 2018. To date, 7 have been successfully completed.
30 more have had reasonable progress made towards their implementation and completion. 20 have limited progress made, and 14 little or no progress, and 1 has been rescinded. Of the 64 total recommendations that remain somewhat uncompleted, 10 are policy-related, which will ultimately require a board review. 1 had funding approval, but still requires a contract no longer requiring board approval, but still requires a contract to be put in place. And 18 of those 64 might be implemented almost fully with volunteer labor. Don't get the idea that we're in following way behind because only 64 still remain open, because the vast majority of the recommendations made were multi-year in nature. They weren't anticipated to be one and done, if you will. So the action suggested for 2020 going forward is to continue performing all 30 recommendations for which we are reasonably progressing now, the ones shown in green arrows on the spreadsheet, which I will show you in just a minute. Have staff assess whether progress can be accelerated on those indicated with yellow arrows or red arrows, meaning limited or no progress, and then solicit and contract with lighting specialists to help develop lighting guidelines, and hire an intern or use seasonal help tasked with marketing the Walker Nature Center. And do we have the spreadsheet on here? It was at the BOC meeting.
So we might have to take that out.
Okay. Well, let me just say, is it in the packet or not?
I did. This was what was in the packet, so.
Okay. Well, on the spreadsheet that shows all of the recommendations, it just has an arrow up.
Yes.
Green.
It's in the packet.
Okay. It's in the packet. Good.
What page?
Is it at the end of the executive summary? I think it may be at the end of the executive summary.
Well, there really isn't anything new to report on it. I was going to walk you through just to make sure you understood that the first column shows the colored arrows, red, yellow, and green, determining how much progress has been made. A blue star means it's been completed, and a black X means it's been rescinded. Next to that is a column that shows what chapter in the RACER report the recommendation originated in, and which year of the report it came from. The third column is a full wording of the actual recommendation. And the fourth column shows whether the responsibility is a board responsibility or an RA staff responsibility, whether it's a policy issue, whether it's a staff issue to deal with, or whether volunteer services can implement it. And then there's a comments column to the right that just has a few words to explain why we gave it the color of progress we did in the first column. So hopefully the spreadsheet is self-explanatory when I was going to walk you through that.
Yeah. It's not, but I saw it. It's not there.
So again, these are the three actions that we recommend based on the report card.
Thank you. I apologize for that, Doug.
Okay.
Doug, are you asking us to do something?
I would ask the board to agree to these recommendations to have the staff continue performing on the green, assess whether they could be accelerated on those that are not green, and to contract with a lighting specialist to help develop lighting guidelines for the community.
Larry, what's going on with the lighting?
We presented to the DRB recently, and we asked for a couple of volunteers from the Design Review Board to actually work on crafting a guideline from the paper that we had provided. I have not gotten those volunteers yet. And so, where I see potentially having a consultant is taking that guideline and diving into more detail. But I want to get into a usable DRB guideline first with the information that we already have.
So on item number 3, we're not ready to do that yet.
Correct. But we do have the funding. We do have the funding. It was approved prior.
Okay. Can I have a second for Doug, please?
Second.
Thank you. Erwin? I just don't want anybody to ever tell me I don't let members talk.
The EAC is working on a detailed set of recommendations with regard to the Dogwood lighting area around, not Dogwood, Hunters Woods. And we hope that that'll be forthcoming for presentation to you for the next meeting.
So you see the 3 items that Doug is asking us to approve up on the board? Yes, Ben?
I would like to understand what it means by approving what I'm seeing on the board. What does that mean?
That's why we're having a discussion.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to understand that, because I understand there's already budgeted money for lighting, but I thought that was to actually implement some of the pedestrian studies that we have done in the past. Just want to make sure we are on scope. Yeah.
Larry, can you answer that?
I'm sorry, I was searching for something.
Did you just again not hear what I said? What I was asking was that I know there's money put aside in the budget for lighting projects, but I thought that was from the work that we did in the pedestrian study group from the time Mike Sandy had initiated and all that. We just needed to implement it. But this would look like something that's outside of scope of that money.
Yeah, the $15,000 is specifically for this. The lighting that we were talking about before is actually the Hunters Woods ball field area behind Hunters Woods Village Center. And both of those are currently funded.
Okay. So if that's that, then what about the first one? I don't understand what it means to say that we agree for number 1, the 30 recommendations. What does that mean? What are we doing when we say we are agreeing to that, is what I would like to understand.
What I will do, I'll pull that spreadsheet up and I put it in the board's Dropbox. I can do that here in the next probably 3 to 4 minutes. But I would suggest, well, with that, go ahead and move on.
John?
Judge, put in another way, I would like, I think the same information Ben would. What are the time and money implications of those 3 points? How much time would be involved and how much money?
Aaron?
What damage would it do if we were to delay this, to give us all a chance to look that spreadsheet over? Is it critical to get it in now, or would this be something we can move to another meeting? I would be hesitant to vote on this one, having not spent time.
Exactly.
Yes.
There's nothing time critical about this right now, but let me just explain, the best I understand, and after you see the spreadsheet, maybe some other questions come up. But the 30 recommendations that are agreed are activities that RA staff currently are in their portfolio and they're doing. They've been doing before Racer was done in 2017. And we're just saying what they're doing matches a recommendation that we made. Keep doing it. Don't reassign or stop doing it. So it's all in their current workload. It's not requiring any resources. The yellow and red arrows are saying that they're not doing it very fast on those. We'd like to see if they could make more progress. And we're asking the staff to take a look at that with their supervisors. We're not asking to spend more money. We're just saying, can some of that be accelerated so that we can turn a red arrow to yellow and a yellow arrow to green next year. And then the lighting specialist that Larry just referred to was a past recommendation that we get a contractor in, and I think that was in the 2018 RACER report, and the money was been budgeted for that, just never implemented.
So you're saying that all these items there are no budget implications, it's just about trying to do what we're already doing better? Okay, I get it.
It was really just a scorecard, right? It was just a
Yeah.
scorecard of where you were and what we're going.
And if you want, I can read the first five. I got the spreadsheet from the VOC packet, just to give you a flavor of what those things are. Would you like that?
Yes, please.
So the first one is under air quality, continue to manage and to preserve Reston's urban forest and tree canopy, and when practicable, plant more trees. We do that. The next one is under water resources, ensure that before any stream restoration is done, surveys are conducted on any wildlife potentially affected. That's something that actually Wetland Studies conducts those wildlife surveys. The next one, still underwater, assess whether de-icing salts are affecting water quality. And we're actually do water quality monitoring where we look at conductivity, which is an indicator. Under lakes and ponds, continue the Reston Lake and Pond Environmental Monitoring Program. That's something we're continuing. The next one, identifies sources of phosphorus and sediment loading in the lake watersheds and implement LID, low impact development methods, and stream reach restoration projects wherever practical. So those are the first 5 examples. So those are the elements we're talking about.
But there are things we're doing now, ongoing.
Yes.
Karen?
I would, Erwin, would you mind repeating what you said a minute ago about the committee's going to have something to present next month about, did you say about dogwood lighting?
The lighting, there's a lighting plan that has been presented in concert with Dominion, I believe. And the EAC is reviewing that and is going to come up with recommendations that, about what is being planned and perhaps some other ways of looking at it that might result in better circumstances for pedestrians as well as for wildlife and plant life.
And where specifically are you talking about?
I'm sorry?
Where specifically are you talking about?
The Hunters Wood, near the Hunters Wood Shopping Center.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about something different in
No.
Dogwood area.
No, I mentioned Dogwood and I corrected it.
Okay, didn't hear that, thank you.
You have another question?
No.
So, you asked if we should delay this?
I think I'm satisfied with
Okay.
the information that's been presented.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Any noes? Motion carries. Okay, we don't have a treasurer tonight, so Mr. Deal, you're on.
Something in everyone's Dropbox package there is in October and November financial statements by cost center and by functional expense. The November 2019 year-to-date financial report is what I'm going to base my presentation on. But if you go to the financial summary by cost center, you can see what I'm on about. So some of the key metrics, the year-to-date revenue was $18,117,838, and that is broken down by revenue assessments of $14,685,528, and non-assessment revenue of $3,432,310, as compared to year-to-date budget of $14,606,487, and $3,288,428. That's a 1% increase on the assessments and a 4% increase on the non-assessments. So for the year-to-date, it's a favorable balance of $222,928. On the year-to-date operating expenses, it's $13,647,316. That's an actual decrease of 1% from the budget. And that number is broken down by operating expenses, labor of $9,964,234. That's compared to the budget of $10,015,977. That's 1% decrease for the budget. And the other expenses is $3,683,082 compared to the year-to-date budget of $809,760, and that's a 3% decrease for an overall decrease to the budget of 1%. Also in there, you can see the key metric balances of operating and cash and capital and reserve, ARF and CARF. And it's a 12% increase overall from 2018. So down below, we put the summary of operations, revenue, and expenses, tried to explain the variances. If you look at the actual spreadsheet that for the financial summary by cost center, these explanations would cover those variances. And I won't read each one, and hopefully everybody's had a chance to look at those, but if there's any questions regarding any of those variances, entertain them.
Anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you. Move on. Chris.
Start back at the beginning here. There we go. All right. Good evening. Here to give you a brief overview of capital projects for 2019. So starting off, some 2019 highlights. So this year we completed $2.9 million in capital projects, which is 72 out of the total 100 that we had this year. We established a renewed on-call marine services contract as the highlight of our contracting. We also implemented the updates to Finance Resolution 7. In reporting, we submitted and completed the 2019 reserve study, and we also completed a structural evaluation of Lake Throw Pool. From the communications engagement, we created the interactive capital projects map that you can find on the capital webpage, as well as the development of the 2020-21 capital budget amongst the staff and the board. So a couple, two big projects we had underway this year. One just got completed, or is actually at substantial completion, is the North Hills Tennis Court renovation. So 60 tons of tennis clay was laid, which is that image down below if you ever want to know how much clay that looks like. Beneath all that clay is a new subsurface irrigation system that's fully automated. The lighting you see above is our new LED court lighting system, so it's fully operational. And next week, the tennis bathroom entrance will be installed, so it'll be wrapped up before the end of the year. Autumnwood pool projects. We had a couple different projects going on at this one site. So we had 150 linear feet of timber retaining wall replaced. There's that bottom image. Some rot damage was found and repaired, so you can kind of see a before and after of that one corner. It's pretty much held together with termites and caulk, I think. The entire facade was replaced with fiber cement siding and PVC trim, and cabinetry and countertops are scheduled for installation at the end of January. So an over financial review of the capital this year. So as of today, we've spent 2.5, almost 2.6 million, but we're expected to clear another $300,000 and so by the end of the year. And right now we're forecasting about a $45,000 variance. So currently we are projecting a $2 million carry forward into 2020. And also noting that the carry forward projects with the forecasted variance will carry a portion of the 2019 contingency with it into 2020.
So Chris, does that $2,049,000 include the capital contingency in it?
Yeah, so each project carries a portion of the contingency with it from one year to the next.
So that's all in that $2 million?
Yes, that's all in that $2 million. So doing a comparison from year to year, 17, 18, and 19. So we've a little bit short in 19 compared to 18 in our money executed by just a few $100,000. In carry forwards, we are showing a better trend downward in terms of our amounts carried. So we're about 2 million versus the 2.4 that was last year. And then on the variance side, we're actually very much lower than we were in the past. So versus the 300,000 in 18, we're only about $45,000 this year. So it means we're getting tighter with our numbers and more efficient with our forecasting. Also note, though, that this year was a bit unusual, so we had both a reserve study and a biannual budget to conduct this year. So compared to prior years, that obviously requires a lot of staff resources and time, so that was not otherwise spent on doing projects. And also note that within the first few weeks of 2020, we'll have about $160,000 worth of projects projected to be cleared. So there's going to be a large sum that didn't quite meet the cutoff, but will otherwise be taken care of very soon in 2020. So from just a pure project count, we're doing very well from that standpoint. So we're completing a lot of the projects. So we went from about 45 to 72 this year, and carry forwards, we're dropping that number down as well. Going into a bit more detail, of the carry forwards from this year going into 2020, about half of that is in docks and lakes. Predominantly, going to the next slide, which is Lake Ann Dock and Lake Ann Dam. Some other percentages are CSF, so that's really the fencing, which is going to be underway right in the beginning of January. The roofing, which we're working on a few details with that. Ball fields, which is Browns Chapel, which I'm waiting on DRB approval. Pathways, which we have some stairwell engineering and permitting going on with that. Bridges, we have a couple going in right now. We're way ahead of schedule on the permitting of some others, so we're hopefully going to get those done pretty early in 2020. And the rest of it are just kind of small projects at pools, mostly lighting. And the other side, you can kind of see the count of how that breaks out. So you can tell that the docks and lakes carry a very large portion of the budget, but there's only very few of them. So overall, we've completed about 58% of the budget is in completed projects, and 41% is in carry forwards, and the remaining 1% is in the variance. So of the carry forwards, like I said, about half of that is just in Lake Ann Dock and Lake Ann Dam. About another $0.4 million is in footbridges, pathways, and pathway lighting. 0.3 is in CSF roofing and fencing, another 0.3 in ball fields, which is Browns Chapel, and the remaining 100,000 is in various smaller projects, floor replacements at Browns Chapel, and color coding, through those things like that. So looking ahead to 2020, the capital department will be looking at making further improvements to the capital webpage and adding new communication channels. We're hoping to further streamline our procurement process, as well as establishing more multi-year service agreements. The new projects we have is a Lake Ann Dock, Hook Road tennis court renovation, and the Lake Throw Pool project, getting the community engagement process started with that. And lastly, adding some more avenues in coordination with our covenants and maintenance staff. Is there any questions?
So I just want to remind you that you've heard it before from members of the board. You've got a lot of work to do, and you need to know when to scream uncle if you need help. So just keep that in mind.
Uncle Hank.
Anybody else have any questions? Thank you.
Great report, thank you.
Okay, now we're going to do the board review of advisory committees. Are you doing that? Is Larry doing that? Or am I doing it?
I think there's your name on there.
I don't know how that happened.
I'm happy just to, the opening statement is that
Go ahead.
by resolution, the board is required to review its advisory committees each year. And I looked back into some past board packets, the December board packets, and noticed this had not been done. And so I think it's an appropriate thing for the board to take up. Again, this is specific to advisory committees. With that, I've set the stage.
Okay, let's talk about EAC first. We've had this fabulous presentation from Doug. We know they're working really, 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 really hard. We've already heard Erwin talk about things that they're going to be doing moving forward. They have a very strong work plan. So if anybody has any comments on EAC?
I say keep them.
Is that okay with you two? Okay. Let's do PrAC next.
Can I speak on that? Doug and I are the liaisons to PrAC, and they got some new work plan items in July. I think we approved them, and I think they've done pretty well stepping out on two of those items. One was lake optimization and racket sports focus. And they're working, I think, well with Hank and your team on that, so I'm pretty pleased with that. In years past, we've always kind of put this issue of the facilities, amenities study of, how many pools do we have, how many tennis courts, whatever, kind of in that PrAC advisory committee, and that's really way too big of a task for them. And so we purposely pulled that out of the work plan for this coming year. But I think overall they've been doing a better job of kind of following the model actually that EAC has done with kind of subgroups working on different pieces. So I think that leadership by our chairman, Pinkman, is working well. But I do foresee that in 2020, and this kind of heads up to my fellow board members, that Hank and Larry and Laura and I and Doug, do want to come to the January BOC and present, ask for time on the agenda for the January full board meeting to talk about that, not kicking that can down the road anymore. And now that we've got some of the brand study information on, to initiate in 2020 an honest-to-God review of what amenities and facilities we need, and matching our membership's desires to also from a fiscal leadership and perspective. This has been something that's been important to me since I joined the board in 2015, and I'm very pleased to think that we might actually have some of the data we need, and I'm hoping the board support to get this done. Certainly the Lake Thoreau pool brought this back into a spotlight in terms of looking at that 40-year-old pool. There's some pools stacked up right behind it that are going to need some attention too, and so we have some big decisions coming to the board. So overall, I would say that we should keep PrAC as an advisory committee. Might see a little changes in how we approach it as we look to address this bigger issue and incorporate PrAC into some of that. So I'm not ready to terminate PrAC.
Aaron?
Just a point of policy. Do we need to extend the meeting since we started at 6? I noticed we're coming up on 10.
No, the meeting didn't start till
Meeting started at
6:30.
6:30, so.
Okay, sorry. Why not?
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments on PrAC?
Keep it.
So might we reevaluate that in view of what staffing requirements might be needed to conduct this whole amenities review?
I think it's a question of continuance or their potential role in 2020 and how we address them and ask of them for activity. And I would ask that we kind of hold that until the January meeting when we have a bit more thought put together on how we might approach a study, an analysis for facilities and amenities. So if I might have that leeway from my fellow board members and as the liaison to PrAC.
Anybody have any objections? Okay, next is 55 plus.
I have some things to say. As board liaison to this committee, it's been a difficult year. And the future of the committee has been really uncertain since June, when staff asked it to go on hiatus until the new strategic plan was in place. Reasons given were a lack of productivity, functioning without board direction, and too much staff time required. So a little recent history for those who don't know. Prior to the end of 2017, the function of the committee was pretty much focused on activities and focus groups. In November 2017, when a 2018 work plan was fashioned, the board approved the committee's collaboration with Reston for a Lifetime to help our seniors age in place and to sort of shift the whole focus of the committee. And some of those who championed and in fact proposed that idea are no longer with RA. But since then, the committee has struggled to recruit members and come up with a viable plan that staff could support. But there were accomplishments. In January of this year, thanks to Mike Leone and Mick Kalbaka, the Resources for Better Aging web pages were launched, and that gave seniors and caregivers seeking services and programs to do one-stop shopping. All those resources were available in multiple other places, but this put them all in one place, which we felt was a valuable thing to do. And in subsequent months this year, the committee met with representatives from area communities who are successfully running Neighbors Helping Neighbors type programs to gain insight into how it might be done in Reston. But the handwriting was really on the wall. As you know, recently the committee lost its staff liaison, and this week its chair, Sharon Cantor, submitted her letter of resignation. I hope you all had a chance to read that. It was a really good letter, I thought. So as board liaison, I feel that maybe there was something more that I could have done or should have done to sort of get things on a more productive path. But in any case, at present, to quote Gertrude Stein, there's no there there. So what concerns me is not so much the potential loss of the committee, but that our population, like our facilities, is aging. And we need to pay attention to both. The communities all across the country are developing ways to help seniors age in place, but RA sadly is not one of them. And as Sharon pointed out in her letter, we have the perfect infrastructure to do so. So where might a 55-plus program fit into the new strategic plan? Well, Goal 7, RA's facilities, programs, and services are aligned with members' needs and wants and are supported by sustainable business practices and are in coordination with the organization's financial capacity. So you may recall at our July board meeting, there was a woman who spoke during member comments. Her name is Phyllis Clark. She's an original Restonian. I had never laid eyes on her before then. I'd never spoken with her. But one of the things that she said at that meeting, and I quote, was, so many of the seniors who live in Reston feel left out. So the implication being that Reston is not what AARP calls an age-friendly community. This may not have been reflected in the results of the brand and market study, but keep in mind that many of our seniors are from other cultures. They live in subsidized housing. They may not speak or read or write English. So it's unlikely that their needs and wants were captured in the survey. Well, I believe we have a responsibility to protect the livability of all our members. And we as a board working with staff need to figure out a way to do that. I have some thoughts, and I'm sure others do. Some of my colleagues here have been to 55-plus meetings and heard people from other communities talking. And last night, I attended the Fellowship Square Foundation's annual fundraiser. For those of you who may not know, Fellowship Square is all about affordable housing for seniors. There's 2 locations here in Reston, Lake and Hunters Woods. And I spoke with Sissy Nickel, who is on their board and also happens to be the executive director of Hunters Woods at Trails Edge. And I have to put in a shout out to them because they have embraced this community with open arms. They have made a very positive impact, I think, in a very short period of time. And I'm really happy that they're here in my district. And I also spoke with Steve Gurney, who was the founder of Reston for a Lifetime, subsequently taken over by Sharon Cantor, who chaired the 55-plus committee.
And he's also the publisher of the Positive Aging Sourcebook. And both of them had really good conversations with both of them last night, and they are very interested in advocating for the senior community here in Reston and want to help in any way they can. Steve was hoping to be here tonight. He couldn't be, but he sent me a statement that when I'm done with this, which I almost am, I will read to you. So anyway, just to conclude, a 55+ advisory committee may not be the answer. Maybe it's a working group, maybe it's something else entirely, I don't know. But I look at this moment as an opportunity, a golden opportunity, if you will, to start fulfilling this obligation to this growing segment of our membership. So, yeah, in a nutshell, whether or not this board votes to keep the committee going, which of course, you know, it's without a chair right now, it's with very few members, it would have to be completely reimagined, but I do think that it is our obligation to make it easier for our members to age in place. I think that's really important. So very quickly, here's what Steve says. I am Steve Gurney, Reston resident, speaking as one of the original founders of Reston for a Lifetime, publisher of Positive Aging Sourcebook, and an adjunct professor at UMBC School of Aging Studies. I completely understand the challenges of a large organization like RA prioritizing and supporting a wide variety of community initiatives. I understand that there are often programs that need to be modified, adjusted, and even removed due to participation, staffing, funding, and a variety of other priorities. That being said, as a resident, RA member who plans to grow older in this community, and as an advocate for older adults, I hope that if RA chooses to modify their existing programs for older adults and their loved ones, that they still keep the needs of this important and rapidly growing membership demographic as a priority. I would suggest that one way to do this is to focus on intergenerational programming and ways that old and young can support each other. Not only does this eliminate some of the stigma associated with aging programming, but it strengthens and supports the overall fabric of the community. I will remind you that Reston received the Best Intergenerational Community Award in 2014 from Generations United and MetLife. Bob Simon was on hand to receive this award on Capitol Hill. Those were Steve's comments. So I'm anxious to hear the thoughts of my colleagues. Oh, that was everybody's.
We're all tweaking out.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I have green.
Well,
There's a handful. I keep.
I can pass it
around.
Do I have
Yep.
to repeat the whole thing? Well, mine was supposed to be.
Here you go.
What's mine going now? Clearly, you need to hurry up.
I know it feels like halfway
I
through.
know.
Time for executive.
Madam President, I associate myself completely with what Karen has said. I believe this is a very big need in the community. Tammy has rightly pointed out the imperative that we avoid unnecessary overlap with RCA. But RCC, I'm sorry. But this committee tried not to do overlap. It really tried to meet more fundamental human needs of the aging community in Reston, and not just excursions. And I'm very troubled, and I joined Karen in many meetings, and Julie too, in many meetings with Sharon Canner, who really drained herself trying to find a way to make this work. I really would mourn the elimination of 55 plus, even though right now it's a ship without a crew.
Right. However, I know where to recruit some new crew.
But I think there's a real need that needs to be addressed.
My feeling on 55 plus is, I remember how, way back when it started, and I applaud the movement to move away from duplication with programs and activities that RCC offers. And I think that the way that we can serve our community, that intergenerational community, is through some of the ideas, even that one meeting that I attended where, like we said, well, maybe we should focus, could we look at some of the things that we might need to put into our cluster guidelines and our DRB guidelines to help facilitate, help accelerate people making changes to their homes that allow for, whether it's ramps or whatever. I also know that even on PrAC, one of the things we've looked at is how to make sure, that was one of the things in the work plan for this year, is to look at activities that support those who perhaps aren't as active and are looking more for some, a little bit more passive types of athletic leisurely activities. And I think that it's important that we infuse all of our thoughts and programs and work that we do, even in a website, to get input from those who are at a different stage of their life. I'm not suggesting we figure out how to help babies do the website, but so I think it's imperative that it not be something separate, but again, part and parcel of all. And if I may, one of the things that the committee learned this past year, and Sharon in particular came to realize, I think, that for RA to take on the burden of administering a Neighbors Helping Neighbors program is just not feasible. But what we can do, because we have this infrastructure of already existing mini communities, we can help. With the knowledge that the committee has gained, we can help facilitate. It's really an information sharing thing and a guidance thing rather than something that's going to require a lot of staff time and money and things like that. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think, like you said, Julie, and that's something that Steve had pointed out when he had attended one of the meetings, was a lot of seniors have difficulty dealing with covenants issues that may arise on their properties, and that's something that we can provide a service for, I think, and help them with that. So I think there is a need out there. How to make the need meet with what we can provide is the puzzle right now. But I would hate to see the whole idea of it abandoned. And we do, as I said, have an opportunity because we can really start from the beginning to make whatever it's going to be, a committee, a working group, something, into something that really has value to those in the community who need it.
Yeah, I agree, and I think, also a group like that could be very beneficial to the IT folks in developing a website, details of which would be useful and usable by the older community that is technologically challenged. I was going through a whole series of OSHA, Lifelong Learning Institute programs on Reston, and I went to one where our cousins over at Town Center were the speakers. And I was appalled at how they put off the audience. Of course, the OSHA audience are all retirees. And a lot of them were talking about the problems they had navigating the web, the apps for the parking, and they were basically told, well, you're old, you just don't get it.
You're a boomer.
And I mean, these people, the whole room was filled with people like that, and I just thought, this is so insensitive. But, you know, a 55 plus working group could take those kinds of concerns to build our systems so that they aren't isolated from those in the future as well. So I see how it could be useful.
John?
Just one quick thought, which we don't have time to develop. But in discussions, and I think you were in the discussion with Sharon, we identified the homeowners associations, the clusters, as a possible resource base for our seniors. And indeed, I think revivifying the clusters and perhaps even the old association of clusters that we used to have in the old days would be one of the tools for helping our seniors.
Yeah,
That's to go into it now. But.
That's what I was going for before too. And indeed, there are clusters that have already approached Sharon, and one of the committee members is forming a Neighbors Helping Neighbors thing in her very own cluster. So there's no one way that it has to be. I mean, every cluster's needs might not be the same. But
So I have a 97-year-old mother in memory care. I have an 82-year-old mother-in-law in memory care. I just had an almost significant birthday, and I'm married to somebody younger than I am, but we are all 55 plus folks. And in my household, my household is like all 55 plus.
I think another positive thing that, I'm sorry.
So, rest assured that in my life in the past, my journey in the past 2.5 years, I have searched and searched and searched and searched for resources for every one of the issues that my household has had to go through. And the RA website was not one of them. And I firmly believe that we need to look at issues like handicapped accessibility. You know, how bad does a trail have to get before a wheelchair can't get over it and it comes to our attention? Or how DRB and covenants, and I was on covenants liaison last year, I know the way that some of these elderly people who've been in Reston, who are the first residents and they still live in the same home, and they don't know where to go to get the ivy to get taken off of their walls, on their exterior walls, but it's a maintenance issue. So I'm pretty aware of all those, but what I see right now is that we have a committee that's non-functioning. And I would move to take it off and, you know, maybe have sidebar conversations on how do we rejuvenate it, if anything, or how do we kick the bucket over to RCC, who already has lifetime, Reston for a lifetime. But I don't see that we should continue it at this time. So that's my motion.
I don't understand
I'm
what you said
moving
about
to abolish-
RCC already has Reston for a lifetime.
Reston for a Lifetime is under RCC right now. So, you know, maybe we have off the record, I don't mean, have conversations with how did they take on this burden. But right now, it doesn't sound like I have a chairman. It doesn't sound like I have very many members. So I'm moving to eliminate 55 plus.
As an active advisory group.
Correct. Do I have a second?
I'm not sure what eliminate means.
Take it
I'll
off the books
second
right
it so we
take-
can discuss
okay.
it.
Take them
Take it off the books right now. You know,
We terminated, I seconded it, so we terminated communications a couple of years ago because the need for that committee and what it was doing had kind of gone by the wayside. And and part of that was because, you know, this might still be, we hired somebody as, you know, a communications director, and a lot of the things that they were kind of like dealing with were now being handled by RA staff. And so its primary purpose became moot. And again, the same thing. Couldn't find chairs, people weren't contributing, you know. The liaisons said, why do we have this group? So it's not unprecedented to say that a specific committee has outlived its life at this point, you know, and maybe we need to try a different approach to addressing the 55-plus community as part of the services we offer our members. There are others who could do what we're talking about. I mean, Sharon and Reston for a lifetime can just do it all. Sissy Nichols said, I'll take over 55 plus, you know. but the point
She's the Hunter's
is.
Trail lady? She's the Hunter's Trail lady?
Yeah.
Is she able to?
She live in Reston? I don't know if she lives in Reston, but she's with a Reston-based RA organization, so she could, yeah.
I don't think she can.
Legally, she could do it, but,
I think we have to change that solution. I don't think she can. Remember, that didn't go through.
Well, we established that she could be a member of a Reston 55-plus committee, so, yeah, we did.
We did not establish that she could be a member. We established that she could attend and she could participate. But the only people that can be a member of our advisory committees are members of RA.
I believe that we said if she was with an organization that was a member of RA.
If she's the designee for like a Class B organization, then yes, she could be a member of the advisory committees. But if she is a member of a for-profit, Sunrise, for instance.
I understand that. I understand that. But in the case of Hunter's Woods at Trail's Edge, would she not be eligible to be?
I'm not familiar with that organization.
They're Class B.
They're Class B, then as long as she's the designee of the company, then yes.
Yeah. But the point is, and I don't know if she was talking about, doing something based there or if it would be within RA, but the point is, I think this is something that we need to be responsible for.
And I'm not taking away any responsibility. I'm just saying we need to terminate the committee for right now, for however long, till somebody can come up and regroup or do whatever. I'm advocating that DRB and covenants should be cognizant of what's going on. But right now, you don't really have a committee.
No, and I have no problem with that, but I would like then there's to be some direction from the board how to proceed from here.
And I'm going to throw that right back at you, and you can come to the board next month.
Well, I would like to work with some.
And it was
I would like to work with some of my colleagues on that.
Can you use a different word than that?
I move to end it. No,
Yeah.
I move to terminate the committee.
I'll second it because.
I had already seconded.
Oh, okay. Well, only thing I would say is that I don't think ending the committee translates to, our support for the 55+ community will always be there. And I do agree that we can look for alternative ways to support the community and discuss about that when the time comes. Our motions can always be revisited and re-amended, so we can always start up the committee. But it looks like there's an administrative housekeeping item to do, but just to go through this motion.
Julie?
The other point about the termination or hiatus or what, however, is committees require resources from staff. That we don't have that, right? I'm 55+, right? Didn't I just hear you tell me that person isn't with us anymore? So that is a demand, a draw on resources that perhaps this coming year, we need to make sure we have resources available for other pursuits.
You can turn off these microphones. We're using the ceiling microphones.
Okay.
Okay, I need to make a motion that we extend the meeting for a half an hour to no later than 11 o'clock.
Second?
All in favor? Aye. Any noes? Eric isn't here, we don't have to worry. Motion carries. Continue, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I just wanted to make that point about resources. When we have a committee, it's more than just volunteers from the community. There is coordination by staff for those committees. You've got to do the minutes, you've got to post them. You know, you've got liaison responsibilities. And perhaps this coming year, it would, or coming number of months, it would be worth our time to reflect about what would we lose by not having that committee? And could we not fill those interest in those needs through other means?
I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Any noes?
Aye. Or nay?
Are you a aye or a no?
I'm a nay.
You're a no. Were there any other noes that I didn't see? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay. I now need a motion to go into executive session.
Second? Tom second.
I need to ask the audience to leave, please.
Thank
Thank
you
you
for coming.
for coming.
Thank you all.
Director Mooney.
Madam President, I move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of personnel, contractual, or legal nature or involving a violation of the association's governing instruments were heard, discussed, or considered by the board during executive session.
Second. All the ayes?
Aye.
Any noes? Motion carries.
Madam President, I move that after a competitive bidding process and in accordance with the association's policies on purchasing and procurement, to approve the service agreement with Image World Technologies LLC as presented in executive session.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any noes, abstentions? Motion carries. And now would somebody like to take Eric's place?
I move that we adjourn.
Second. Ayes.
Aye.
Thank you, Doug. I wish everybody a very happy and safe holiday season.
Thank you.
See you in 2020.